written in the back of my old diary. I gotta break sometime. It's underlined and lead, scrawled across the screen beneath the spider ring. I gotta break sometime. I left it all unread. And the more I know, the less I seem to care. Weighted down by everything and falling through the air. And the more I hold, the less that I can bear. But hey, I gotta break sometime. Cracked inside a kiln between the firing. I gotta break sometime. You blazed it anyway. Screamed across the city from a windowsill. I gotta break sometime. That's all you had to say. But the more I know, the less I seem to care. Weighted down by everything and falling through the air. And the more I hold, the less that I can bear. But hey, I gotta break sometime. Written in the back of my old diary. I gotta break sometime. It's underlined and lead, scrawled across the screen beneath the spider ring. I gotta break sometime. I left it all unread. Cracked inside a kiln between the firing. I gotta break sometime. You blazed it anyway. Screamed across the city from a windowsill. I gotta break sometime. That's all you had to say. And the more
hello, welcome in. Hi everybody. Hi Noir. How we doing? It's good to see you. Hi. Welcome in. I hope we're having a good day. Oh God, I love this song. Leo. Hi girl. How we doing? Welcome in. What the heck? Just Hollow Knight music starts playing. Welcome in, everyone. I did a little adjustment to my mic, so hopefully it won't be cut off constantly at the end of my sentences. But I hope we're doing good. Welcome in. Today is a very special day because we are doing our, ready for it? Voice acting day. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back doing VA again. I know. It's been so long. Let's see if I can remember the toggles. Is this one, yeah. We're back doing voice acting again, and I'm excited. Ooh. But today is gonna be a little spooky, huh? We're doing, which one's my swirly eyes? Not that one. There. We're doing a spooky story. Ooh. Oh, get yourself some stickers for those toggles. But I had to put them on my keyboard. That doesn't work. See, the thing is, we need to get Neko. We need to do our subscriber goal. Once we hit 50 bucks or the equivalent in subs, I can get myself a new keypad to map all my expressions. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. But I hope everyone's day is going well. Hi, everybody. Yeah, so we're gonna be doing some spooky stories. I'm very excited to get into it because I really want to voice act again. Where's the subarinos? Well, it's a little odd for the subs because I can't integrate it, and it's a little annoying to have to, you know, have two of them on screen at once. It looks kind of bad. So we're going to go for, if subs are donated, I'll just manually put what they are for the keypad. I know it's not probably the best way to do it, but it's the way I'm doing it. Because I'm I'm dumb. With Dad for his treatment day, I hope it goes well. Give Dad a head pat for me. Give Dad 2 head pats for me. Kai, hi. Finally gonna go catch you. I'm always at work when you're alive. Well, it's very simple. Very simple. You quit work and watch me full time. I'll discuss this with you later. That's fair. Yeah, if you have better ideas, I'm totally good hearing them. I'm glad you're here, though, Noir. It's been forever. Certainly will. I hope you like this story. I was not the biggest fan of it. Why not? Just because it, like, did, like, gross you out or something? Or... We're snowed in right now. Yeah, I'm very snowed in, too. I spent all morning taking shifts with Amanda shoveling the driveway. It was up to my knees. And that's with the neighbor doing a pass with the snowblower earlier. I'm going to recalibrate my model. I think one of the bad things that I've noticed is my mouth tracking's a little rough, but maybe that's just user error. I don't want to be too harsh on it since you're going to read it. That's fair. I mean, hey, if I read it and I don't like it, then oops. But this one was recommended to me by Amanda, my wife. My wife. Your knees, but you're so short. That's not that much. Bitch, I'm 5'8". 5'8" and full of hate. What do you mean I'm short? What do you mean I'm short? I'm 5'8". You're like 5'2", you little munchkin. I could pick you up over my head. I could pick you up over my head with like one arm. You weigh like 100 pounds soaking wet, Neo. How dare you? Shorty. Shorty. Like, you know me, I'm a gore hound. Sadly, this book is an F tier on my horror book list. F tier? Damn. I think this wasn't for me. Well, I hope that my performance can make it better. I normally would shovel snow, but it's like 15 inches right now. I mean, that's just huge. That's huge. You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn. I couldn't even handle like 7 inches, let alone 15. Ugh. Shaw, how you doing, Shaw? Hi, how you doing? My question is, Shaw, are you still gay? Has that changed? Are you still gay today? We're checking in. We can laugh it together. Worst case scenario. True. Oh, look at my eyes. True. I didn't do it. True. I just had a little freak out there. Good, how are you? And yes, powerful. Powerful gay. The powerful gays. Gayer with every passing day. True, me too. Same, bestie. All right. Unless you all have something crazy to talk about, I'm going to get into the story because right now I'm excited to voice act and all I've done is shovel snow since we last saw each other. And edit. I made a bunch of YouTube shorts that I'm going to have go up over the course of the next couple days. I did my video, which if you haven't seen my debut video, please go to the YouTube and watch it. You ever read a book and just despise the pro tag? Oh no. That's the issue for me with this book, tis all. That's so fair. That's so fair. All right. We're going to get into the story. Is everyone ready? Oh, I'm so big. Let me just, whoop, tiny again. All right, so I have this specially set up. So hopefully, boop, boop. Maybe move it a little further. Zoom in. Oh, I think we're looking good. I'm blocking a little bit of chat, but it's not much I can, I gotta have a lot of room for the story. So I can still read your chat, but y'all be hidden behind me. I can go a little further down. But then you don't see my boobs. What's the point of having a VTuber model if you don't see my boobs, you know? You know, chat? What if I just make myself a little smaller? Oh, I didn't mean to open that. Oh, you're still here, honey? Oh. Well, Good, good, good. How dare you block chat? I'm literally blocking your message right now. How does that make you feel? All right. Time for spooky music. Time to take a spooky dookie. So today, we are covering a no-sleep story called... I guess I should probably do an intro, right? I should probably record it and do an intro, huh? Welcome in to... What should I call... Should I have a name for this? I don't know. I'll think of a name for what I call this. Welcome into our first no-sleep reading. My name's Madigan. You can call me Maddie. And today, we'll be reading My Romantic Cabin Getaway with My Fiancé Isn't Exactly Going As Planned. See, this was originally a Reddit story written 10 years ago, and the author, Felix Blackwell, turned it into a novel called Stolen Tongues, which is probably a little bit better of a title, I'll say. I'm very excited to get into this story. My wife told me to read it, so it's going to be good. It's a long one, but if you want any Rex, the left-right game is incredible. Spade, hi! I love the left-right game. I actually read that already. Back when we did the pupathon, when y'all helped raise money to take my pup to the vet. And, yeah, it's going to be good. But yeah, left-right game's fantastic. I am down for suggestions 100%. 100%. Here, I'll make myself down a little further so y'all can, be chatting and whatever. Here, let me just... Boop. All right. So, yeah, if you have any suggestions for stories I should read, Monday is going to be our dedicated story day, where we're reading creepy stories. So, let's get into it. I was so happy you mentioned me in the vid. Well, you were memorable. Why wouldn't I? All right. My romantic cabin getaway with my fiancé isn't exactly going as planned. Oh, please support the author. The author, I put his name and the link to the Stolen Tongues book in the description of the YouTube stream and the video. So if you are interested in supporting the author, I really recommend it. As long as the story's good. All right. My fiancé and I are from California, but her family lives in Colorado, and they own their... Starting off good. I got the jitters. Whew. My fiancé and I are from California, but her family lives in Colorado, and they own a cabin near Pikes Peak, way up in the mountains. After visiting them, they recommended we go stay at the cabin a few days. We are avid hikers and jumped at the opportunity. Avid hikers. You see, this is why I don't exercise, chat. I don't exercise because you hike and then you get trapped in a horror story. No cabins, no hiking, none of that. Well, I can hike in trails, but bleh. But bleh. Peepo clap. I'll Peepo clap you. I'll clap you with Peepo. Don't you even. I got this? Yeah, shut up. Colorado is very rich in Native American folk legend. Virtually every place you go used to belong to an indigenous community, and the few of them who remain keep the traditions and stories alive. Pikes Peak is no different. There are enough stories and gift shops to give anybody the sense that the land itself is alive. I don't know if this has anything to do with what's happening, but maybe someone here is from Colorado and could help us connect the dots. The only thing I think of when I hear Colorado is that one video where they're skiing and they go, Colorado, and then a guy in a giraffe costume just, shoo, I'm a giraffe, right by them. It's so funny. Faye and I are currently at the cabin. Okay, if your name is Faye, you should not be going out in the woods. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I'm a Faye being captured by the Faye. You can't. You're built to be inside the woods. Faye and I are currently at a cabin. It's day 4, and we're planning on leaving today. But things have gotten very strange around here, and it looks like we're going to be here a while longer. We have enough food for a winter, and the heater is in stellar order, but the Wi-Fi is terrible at best, and there's virtually no cell reception. We feel isolated. I'll try to respond to comments, but the internet dips out for hours at a time up here. Okay, trapped in a cabin with no internet, or limited internet, during a snowstorm. I would die. I would just die. If I don't have the internet plugged directly into my veins, I will just explode. I got bad signal out here. I'll try to join after treatment. You can't say that. You cannot say that you had bad, that's the wrong toggle. You can't say that you had bad reception after we just talked about bad reception in the story. No, you're gonna get stolen your tongue, no. The first weird thing that happened was the snow. There was no snow in the forecast, but we packed light. But for the first night here, just our luck, a blizzard pounded the whole area. My little Corolla, oh no, not a Corolla. My little Corolla is basically a brick of ice outside, and there's no way I'm going to try to make a 6-mile drive down the mountain to town. I blame myself for trusting Colorado in spring. After a day, Thursday, of lovely hiking and sightseeing, some really unsettling stuff started happening. We were returning to the cabin just before dusk. We found an enormous dream catcher dangling from a tree about a dozen yards from the back door. This wasn't the kind you're imagining, the kind you buy at a novelty shop. The thing was made from twigs and twine. It's about 3 feet in diameter. Absolutely humongous. Neither Faye nor I were stupid enough to touch it. We're veteran horror movie fans, and we know that's how you get cursed. If the snow melts a bit, I'll get back out there, snap a picture of it, and post it here. I'm sorry, if you have a horrifying giant dream catcher made of twine and twigs, and you're like, oh, I'm a veteran horror story. Like, are you kidding me? If I see that, I'm gone. I don't care if my Toyota's a friggin' block of ice. I'm hiking through the snow. I'm fashioning a sled and running and just riding down the hill. I have a zombie story that you can read if you want. Like kind of like these that are longer. Sure. I mean, if it's good. Just, I would say if you have any story suggestions, maybe I'll make a channel in the Discord for them. That night, while we were eating dinner, we heard a bunch of noises in the woods outside. Twigs crunching, leaves rustling, etc. This isn't unusual because we saw some elk and deer on our hike, but the sounds were slow and purposeful. They stopped and started and were rhythmic, like something was casing the area in a crescent shape around the cabin. I used my really bright tactical flashlight and my tactical glasses and my tactical the tactical stuff is crazy. It's 24 pages and I wrote it. I don't know if I'm going to be reading viewer stories. I don't know. I'll think on it. We stayed in all day on Friday and just cuddled and hung out, played some of the board games we brought and some of the Super Nintendo games they had in the cabin. Donkey Kong Country 2. I've considered stealing because, well, it's the greatest game ever made. I have never played a single Donkey Kong game. I am not a Nintendo girly. I'm not. I grew up with PlayStation. I'm not a Nintendo girly. It's okay if you don't want to. It's not that I don't or do want to. It's that I don't know if it would fit stream or if I start reading viewer stories, if it becomes like read mine. You know, so it's something I need to think on before I make an answer. You know what I'm saying? DK. Donkey Kong. It snowed again, and after dark, we started hearing more noises. Around 1 a.m., Faye woke me up and told me she was hearing a voice outside. I strained to listen, and I thought I could make out the sound of a man crying very far away, but his voice was drowned out by the wind, so I wasn't absolutely certain what I heard. We went back to sleep, but again, around 4:45 a.m., we heard him more distinctly and closer. He sounded like he was calling for help, but he would dip into another language that I've never heard before. We called the ranger station at the bottom of the hill using my cell phone. They told us they'd get up there and check it out. We never saw them, and I doubt they ever came. Okay. Chat, at this point, who's leaving? Who's leaving this cabin? I know they're snowed in. I'm not dealing with this shit. I know the premise. I know the start of a creepy story. I'm seeing a dream catcher I didn't put up, and I am out of there. Man calling for help, but then speaking in a different tongue. Nuh-uh. On Saturday, shit got really scary. It snowed again in the morning, and I stopped getting service for most of the day. They and I watched movies and tried to Skype with her. Skype? You can tell this is a 10-year-old story. I tried to Skype? Oh my god. I haven't thought about Skype since I was in college. Holy shit. I used to be on Skype for hours every day with my wife, just because she was in a different state for college. I'm getting so ADHD distracted. I would leave so fast. I don't care about a fancy cabin, right? Although, I guess maybe DK, the Donkey Kong, would be enough to make you stay. Skype, nerd. What did you use, Ventrilo, you freak? Faye and I watched movies and tried to Skype with her family, but that didn't work. She went to sleep early, around 8, while I did some photo editing on my laptop in the living room. She woke up crying hysterically. When I asked her what was wrong, she said she had a dream that she was lost in the woods outside, and something was following her. I cuddled with her until she fell back asleep, and eventually, I drifted too. Faye woke me up around 1 a.m. She was absolutely beside herself. I've never seen her so afraid in my life, and just the look on her face really unsettled me. She told me that she heard the man outside again, but she recognized the voice. She was absolutely convinced it was her grandfather's voice, that he was wandering around outside begging for help. Faye's grandpa died when we were seniors in college 4 years ago. I told her she was dreaming, but then I heard the voice too. I never met the guy, so I wouldn't recognize his voice, but it did sound different from the night before. It sounded older. I had to do everything I could to keep her from running off into the woods looking for him. Eventually, she realized that the possibility of it being him was absurd. We put a movie on at good volume and fell back asleep. My cell phone wouldn't connect a single call. You know what, Neko? I'm starting to see what you mean about this being an absolutely insane protagonist that I do not like. First of all, the tactical flashlight, cringe. Second of all, the Toyota, cringe. Third of all, we're here multiple days. Your wife is waking up like, there's my grandfather's outside. I hear his voice. And then you hear his voice. There's people stalking outside your house. Like, leave. Take an ice pick and chip away your Toyota. Dylan, hi. Hello, my beautiful, what was it called? What do you call Newfoundland? Newfies? How's my Newfie? We said carrier pigeons, beautiful. Oh, you didn't have internet like a true Chad? I had a computer for several years that had no internet. So all it had was the ability to write on it and the ability to play like pinball and shit that was already preloaded on it. Your Newfie is golden. Yes. Hell yeah. Well, we're reading a scary story. We're only on the first part, so you are not missing much. Don't worry. You can find your way in easy. What happened last night, Sunday, was the thing that sent me over the edge. Essentially, the same thing happened. Around 1 a.m., at which point I was still awake, almost expecting the noise to happen, I heard a voice. This time it was a woman's. Thankfully, it was distant enough it didn't wake Faye. I walked into the bathroom and cracked the window open just a tiny bit. Absolute idiot. The frosty air that come through the cracks seemed like a death sentence to me as a Californian. Dude, this guy keeps getting more cringe. Cali? Bleh, Blech. Bros from Cali? Oh, stinky Cali. Gross. Oh. Be in a frozen storm like me, Cali boy. This is my life every year. This is my life now. I shoveled snow for like an hour and a half this morning. How dare you? The frosty air that came through the cracks seemed like a death sentence to me as a Californian. Nobody could survive outside for long in that, not without serious military-grade winter gear. And yet, someone was wandering the fuck around out there, stepping on twigs and crying. I'm a reasonable, skeptical, sometimes arrogant agnost, but I'm telling you, the voice sounded exactly like my mother's. My mom's alive and well and living in Southern California, so my brain instantly cramped at the sound of her voice out here in the Rocky Mountains. I would know my mother's voice anywhere. I think we all would. And I'm telling you, I'm 90% sure it was hers, which is way, way too sure not to scare the shit out of me. I grabbed my light and went outside with a blanket and wrapped around me. I grabbed my light and went outside with a blanket wrapped around me and my hiking boots on. Not a blanket, not a jacket. Not a jacket. Stepping on twigs and crying? If I stepped on a twink, I would cry. Unless the twink wanted me to. Any twinks in chat? Any... I'm small. I'm small. I realize that just switching scenes doesn't make me big anymore. Any twinks in chat? Ayo? Ayo? Anything from Mommy Maddie? I grabbed my light and went outside with a blanket wrapped around me and my hiking boots on. I circled the entire cabin and looked around. There was snow pushed out of the way in a big, meandering pattern that snaked in and out of the tree line, like someone was drunkenly shuffling around. Maybe they were injured. The path went right up to the bathroom window and then back into the woods. Each time the voice called out, I shouted, "Mom?" or "Who's there? Who are you?" And each time the voice receded further into the woods. I'm pretty certain it was trying to coax me deeper and deeper into the forest, away from the cabin. I'm still alive because I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to die like some dumbass in a bad horror movie. I went back inside and made sure we were locked down tight. Since I can't call the ranger station, I'm posting this instead. I'll keep you updated. So for those of you who don't know about No Sleep, the place that this is posted, one of the rules in No Sleep is that it's supposed to be, how to phrase it? It's supposed to be written as if it's a true story, and it's something that you're posting here. So this person is commenting as if it's really happening to them because it's one of the rules. I mean, it could also be why they decided to write it. But every story you find on No Sleep often is from a first-person perspective about a story happening to someone, because they can't, like, stories that are posted that are just regular stories written in third person or anything like that are removed. They're taken away. No Sleep kills them. It's sad. Hi, sweetie. Edit. It's Monday and we got a hold of Faye's dad. The weather is supposed to clear up tomorrow, so he's going to come pick us up in his truck and help me get my car down the mountain. I will keep you all informed. Only one more night in this place. I'll try to get some photos up. Also, can we talk about how the voice that was copying his mom was, it walked up to the bathroom window and then walked away? It was trying to peep. It was a peeping Tom. Or a peeping mom? It was a peeping mom. Edit, 9:30 p.m. on Monday. I've been able to get online twice today. I wish I knew more about electronics, but I'm a history teacher. So I don't think I can fix the Wi-Fi or predict when it will work. I can send or receive emails and some Reddit posts, but I cannot load some websites or view photos. Faye hasn't been feeling well since noon. She developed a stomachache and has been intermittently throwing up. We both ate the same thing and I feel fine, so I'm not sure what it is. She sometimes gets like this when she gets worked up. Although I'm an agnostic atheist, you don't have to keep repeating that. Like, dude, this protagonist makes me want to slap him upside the head. I know you're an antagonist. an agnostic slash atheist. Basically an antagonist. I'm also an agnostic atheist. But you know what I don't do? Say it every 3 sentences. I don't even know if my chat knew that before I just said it. Although I'm an agnostic slash atheist, she is very Catholic. How did that work? And is pretty convinced that something supernatural is going on. No need for alarm at the moment. She does not have a fever, and I'm keeping her hydrated and in high spirits. She seems to be on the mend. Went to sleep about 1.5 hours ago. Some noises to report. Cackling, repetitive vocalizations in the forest, probably 100 yards out. The tree line starts about 20 yards out, so the sound is coming from much deeper. Some movement spotted just behind the tree line at dusk, but it could be an elk or a deer. I couldn't see very much. Keeping all the curtains closed and windows locked, the furniture in front of the door and back door, and I'm checking on Faye every half an hour. Her dad will be here in the late morning to pick us up and dig my car out. Another Redditor near us pointed out that I'm an idiot for not double-checking the weather. You're correct. I promise I'll provide an update as a new post tomorrow. If anything significant happen. Bum, bum, bum. I like to believe in the interconnectedness of life. Spooky, right? I personally, I believe this. I believe that I don't know what the hell is happening in the world. So, I also believe I could be wrong. And there could be ghosts, ghouls, goblins, ghasts, skinwalkers. There could be these things. I don't believe in them. But you know what I'm not doing? I'm not tempting fate. If I hear someone talking in my wife's voice outside my house and I see my wife next to me, you know what my wife and I are doing? We're getting the fuck out of there. I don't care. If I go into an abandoned building at dark, I'm not going to believe there's a ghost there, but I'm not going to disrespect the ghost, you know what I'm saying? What if I'm wrong? I'm often wrong. All right, part 2, chat. Part 2 of 16. Damn, I need to start reading faster. I need to stop making so many asides. I'm sorry for the delay, everyone. We're collecting ourselves. Sorry for my formatting issues. I'm writing this on my phone. Faye's dad picked us up in his truck. He brought his buddy with him, who's now following us into my car. Wait, what? He got out? A lot of things happened last night. Some things I won't share because I'm not sure how to interpret them yet. I'm not even sure I understand what happened, but there are most important things. But here are the most important things. I also managed to get some recordings, which I'll try to upload when we get to California in a few days. I tried to stay awake last night until 1 a.m., because over the past few nights, that is the approximate time the noises change from rustling in branches to voices. I didn't make it. I didn't make it? What? Who is this bitch boy? Can't stay up till 1 a.m.? Yes, you can.
I'm gonna take the pub out and then...
Okay. Well, can I get a kiss before you go?
Yeah.
Mwah. I love you. I fell asleep on the couch with my laptop open, waiting for the Wi-Fi to come back. I think this was about 12:30 a.m. I need to go faster, not make so many asides. May I introduce you to ADHD medications? I should probably take that. All right, ADHD med being taken currently. Water is delicious. I woke up right around 1:15 a.m. to a muffled voice. In my sleepy days, I struggled to figure out where it was coming from. I thought it was just outside the living room window, so I sat there quietly, trying to make the words out. It was a woman's voice, and said things like, "Few days. It's not mine. I'm not alone. Okay." I got up and peeked out the curtains and didn't see anyone, but then the voice said, "It's my parents' house." I knew the voice was Faye's. As I mentioned earlier, my fiancé is an undiagnosed sleep disorder and has extensive sleep talk and sometimes sleepwalks. She has pronounced night terrors since she was a little kid. I'll post a story on that someday. I walked into the bedroom to find Faye, sleeping on her tummy as usual. She didn't say anything else as I came in. Two things really disturbed me about this situation, though, first is that she appeared to be having a conversation with someone, which is actually quite common for her. But the person she was conversing with was interrogating her, asking her questions about herself, me, the cabin. Second, in her sleep, Faye was imitating another voice. It wasn't hers that she was speaking with. She was altering the pitch and tone to sound like a different person. Ew! Ew! Water is the stuff of life or something? Water is the beverage of kings. Why are you spamming the save emote? Going to save the stream? F5? My modus operandi is not to wake her up when she has sleep disturbances. There's a story behind this, expect one someday. Instead, I gently rub her back and hair, which calms her and puts her back into a restful sleep. I did this for a few minutes, but there was another noise, off in the distance outside. I got up and walked to the window to listen, and I think that was the first time I really felt scared enough to feel like we were in real danger. Are you an idiot? This is the first time you felt like you're in real danger? Even if it's not a ghost, there is someone outside your house walking up to the window to look in. And you're hearing voices. Even if you don't believe in the supernatural, that's someone alive fucking with you. You've gotten so far in the story, it would suck if you die and have to restart. Yeah, like, is it choose your own adventure? Turn to page 45, the Yeti kills you. I really do want to do a choose your own adventure one of these days with chat. I want to write a story, like a loose story, that I can improv on, and then have chat do like a choose your own adventure with it. I think it would be really fucking cool. I need to get a little bigger, though. I need to make sure chat actually interacts so I have enough chatters to do it, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Neo, I didn't tell you yet. I made 9 YouTube shorts. 9. Thank you, dear. I'll take her out when I'm done streaming. Well, okay, so now let's figure out what made this person... I lied. I had a crush on someone to get a free book. What? I lied. I had a crush on someone to get a free book of one of those. Of one of what? What the hell did I say? What did I talk about? Damn it. My brain is like a sieve that lets things go through it easily. It was a child, sitting in the dark. I couldn't really make out much of what she/he was saying, but I'm certain it was a child, probably around 6 to 8, trying to sing a song. The snow had abated for a while now, and the stars were notably bright. I could see all the way to the rim of the forest, about 20 yards out. There was a figure standing there just past the first trees, back facing me, looking up at either the moon or the tops of the trees. It stood so still that I convinced myself it was a tree. I convinced myself it was a tree stump or something, and in a few minutes it was no longer visible. My skeptical nature compels me to be reasonable and say my eyes were playing tricks on me. Okay, skeptical and reasonable are not the same thing. You can be skeptical that it's a ghost or whatever, but reasonable is, hey, my reason says it's not a ghost. It's a child or some sort of person trying to fuck with us. That's enough. Oh, choose your own adventure stories. That makes sense. Do you enjoy them? I've never actually done like one of the books, but I've done some of the like digital versions of them. When I turned around, Faye was sitting straight up in bed, eyes closed. She does this a lot in her sleep. She craned her neck and said something like, "Don't let them in," or "Don't let them inside," and was still doing the weird voice, so I woke her up. Faye sitting up in bed like the Undertaker. Are you kidding me? You used to. You loved the premise. Do you remember what the book was called? Faye and I sat in the bedroom with the lights on, talking about what we should do. I tried to get online to send an email to her parents, but, of course, it doesn't work when you need it. We agreed to stay in the same room and try to fall back asleep. Don't go to sleep, you fucking idiot. Stay awake. Oh, Neo. I adjusted my mic settings, so hopefully, you know how when sometimes I go like ee or ah, it cuts out the top of the ee. Can you hear it? I might be able to post a story to my channel and you can read it silently. Your channel? Like do you have a YouTube channel or something? The Shaw That Draw? That Shaw That Draw? The Shaw That Draw? You got no videos. You got no videos, Shaw. Well, hey, posting a video might be a really good way for you to start going, though. Mike sounds a little better today. Yay! Is it still cutting off at all? Or no? Also believe it was French, too. Ew. French? Ew. We agreed to stay in the same room and try to fall back asleep, idiot. At one point, I got up to get her some water. She hadn't vomited in several hours now and was feeling a lot better. And out the kitchen window, I saw flashes of pale light. They weren't like the flashes you'd see when someone walks through the woods with a flashlight. They were more like if someone had a lantern they could slowly turn on and off. I flicked on the porch lights. Why? To the front of the house. The front and side of the house, hoping that it would discourage anyone from trying to approach. But as I walked back to the bedroom, I saw the distinct outline of a person through the window curtain in the living room. They were pressed against the glass with their hands on it, trying to peer inside. Since it was dark in the living room and bright outside, I could clearly see their silhouette. I shouted and approached the window, but the person ran off before I pulled the curtain open. This person's an idiot. This person is an idiot. It attenuates the top part of your E and ah, but it's less drastic. Okay, it's still attenuating. How do I fix that? E ah e ah. Did that help at all? E ah. Ah. Neil, we'll have to do this offline or something. I need someone to help me because my ears are horrid. Faye slept soundly, but I continued to hear voices outside. Different ones, on and off all night. God damn it. Ish. I think it's my noise gate is the problem. Make weird noises so that the mic will attenuate. Ah! Ah! See, voice acting is a very professional job. You make a lot of weird noises into a microphone, and then you get paid money. It's beautiful. Throw wide the gates! That's Final Fantasy 14, right, Graha? Or, sorry, the Crystal Exarch? Faye slept soundly, but I continued to hear voices outside. Different ones, on and off all night until dawn. I wrote several of them down. I couldn't sleep, so I camped out in the living room. I kept the bedroom door open so I could hear Faye if she started talking again. The voices would go away for hours, and then start back up again. At one point, I fell asleep because I'm an idiot, because I was awoken by the sound of a light switch flicking on and off. From the couch, I could see the light from outside going on and off in patterns of 5. I can't explain why this disturbed me so much, but it did. And I imagined some kind of horrible creature standing in my house somewhere, flipping the switch up and down and smiling. My first instinct was to check on Faye, and I nearly had a heart attack when I saw she wasn't in bed. Yeah, because she's a sleepwalker who said that her grandfather is outside. Are you kidding me? Raha had a new... I'm sorry, what? Raha had a new VA? They took away Raha's VA? What? Why did they change Raha's voice actor? That's ridiculous. Why? Also, F1 to change my toggle is a bad idea, huh? Hey chat, I need a second keyboard for toggles, like a toggle pad, and your subs and donations can help go towards that. Once we go towards the $50 goal that I have over there, we'll be able to get something to map all my expressions, because right now, If I want to be angry, oop, that's a new tab. Also, why would there be a creature in your house flicking the lights on and off like Nosferatu and SpongeBob? Calm down, it might have just been for the patch. What? What do you mean? Why would they just... I don't understand. You plan on posting it soon? Oh, you used to? Did you delete your videos or private them or something? That went to your channel and didn't see anything. Well, Shaw, why don't I be your 7th subscriber? How's that sound, huh? Let me just get that subscription going. Boom. I'm your 7th subscriber now. What do you think of that? What do you think of that? Oh, he was sick and busy. Okay, I thought they replaced him. Oh, okay. I thought this was like a Realm Reborn situation where they replaced all the VAs. Jonathan Bailey's a big shot now. He deserves it. He's like an amazing voice actor. He really brought Raha to life. No way, thank you. I know subscribing is just a single push of a button. It's easy. And make sure you like the YouTube stream, everyone. I started calling her name and pacing around the house, looking out the windows to see if she was outside. When I looked out the kitchen window, there she was, sitting on the hood of my car about 30 feet out in the driveway. Her back was to me and she was staring off into the forest. She was absolutely rigid, and probably frigid, just the way she sits up in bed when she's asleep. Faye has sleepwalked all over the house back home in California. I found her in the kitchen, in the downstairs hallway, in the living room, but she's never gone outside. I shouted her name from the kitchen, but the second I did, Faye jumped off my car and dashed into the woods at full sprint. She never looked back at me. I started flipping out and screamed her name over and over. I scrambled to grab my boots to go after her, but the second I pulled the front door open, Faye called out my name from behind. She was standing in the hall, looking confused, asking me what was wrong. Apparently she'd been in the bathroom. In my masculine crusade, I'd forgotten to check there. I looked out my car into the forest, and honestly, the first thought that came to my mind was, you clever motherfucker. This guy's an idiot. This guy's an idiot. No one knows what the situation is for sure, or how it's going to be in the future, and it wasn't even confirmed it wasn't him. Oh. Weird. What an odd way to do it. Needless to say, we stayed up the remaining few hours until dawn. Yeah, of course. Intermittently writing down the voices we heard, which faded away and became less frequent with the passage of time. I'll try to get the recordings up in a few days. For now, here is the list of voices we heard. We recalled some of the voices from the previous night from memory. I just figured you'd like to know what was being said throughout the duration of this lovely cabin experience. I'll return to Colorado, but fuck Pikes Peak. The question marks indicate that the words were very unclear. The first one was a man's voice, vaguely familiar, but couldn't put a face to it. Hello? Oh God, look at it. Look! Hello? Don't, they see in the dark. I'm lost. I'm lost.
Watch you. Whoa, my.
Growled a hacking sound reminding me of Golem. It's very dark. I see those lights. I'll come down there. Don't smile. I see you. Could have been Goat Smile? A woman's voice sounded age 20-ish last night. Paint on the ground. I burn it. To turn it. La 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 la. Oh, in a monotone, not melodic. La 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 la. La 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 la. She talks in her sleep. She's talking to me now. A child, sounding about 6 to 8 years old. Indeterminate sex last night. Oh, so me I do Why do I do eat? I am a vacant, naked soul. Me, I do. Singing. Not sure if it's actually English or if my mind is just forcing the sounds into English. When do we go inside? When do we go inside? Very unusual intonation. Sounding like a robot trying to make... Oh, trying like a robot? Okay, let's try to redo that. When do we go inside? When do we go inside? Very unusual intonation. Sounding like a robot trying to mimic a child. The voice of my mother. A few nights ago. What did I just hear? What do you mean? What happened? A voice of my mother a few nights ago. Stop! She has a recognizable Bostonian... Oh, stop! Look out the windows. Did you see it? Okay, you know what? I'm making her just like a typical Bostonian man. Hey! Stop! Look out the windows. Did you see it? Voice of Faye's grandfather. Lots of indiscriminate groaning. Help! Help me! Help! Something about indeterminate sex last night. It said that the child was of indeterminate sex, meaning they don't know if it was a boy or girl's voice, Neo. What are you... Something about the war. There's bodies still in the ground there. Never found them, but they're there. Right here. Right here. Oh, they found it. They found it. I'm standing in the same place. 20 years. By the way, I forgot to check to see if the Dreamcatcher was still there out back. You're welcome to drive out there and look for yourself, though. Okay. So part 2 ends with them leaving. So I guess I'm a little confused about what happens in part 3 through 16. Do they go back to the cabin? If so, this guy's really a fucking idiot. Oh, wait. Or maybe the wife goes back. Ooh, maybe he's like going to rescue his wife who's like called back to the mountain. That could be cool. Okay, that's better. Yeah, better than indeterminate child sex, which is probably what you heard. That's not good. That's not good. All right, part 3, everyone. How's everyone feeling about the story so far? And, you know, I'm going to ask for compliments or negatives or. I want to know how I'm doing because I require external validation. Also, I need a drink of water. It's creepy. I like it. I like it so far. The protagonist is kind of an idiot, but the premise is good. I feel like if the protagonist was written a little, how to phrase it? A little less self-absorbed, maybe? Because he's so stuck in his way of thinking that it's detrimental. Not only to him, but to everything. Like, even if you don't believe in God or the supernatural or all that shit, if someone is staring outside your window, that you gotta be like, getting the fuck out of there. You know what I'm saying? All right, part 3. Also, I noticed no compliments. I can wait. I don't have a job. I can wait for compliments. I can wait for compliments. I can't. It feels uncomfortable. Part 3. Let's get... You're very pretty. Thanks. I meant about my voice acting, but thanks. I like that. I like being pretty. So that night, we sat down with Faye's mom, Laura, in her bedroom while her dad was watching the news downstairs. Mom was so upset at the stories we told her. I mean, she was visibly disturbed to the point of being in tears. She kept apologizing to Faye and hugging her. Laura told us that they purchased the cabin from their good friend Jennifer, I think, who moved to Nevada about 20 years ago, and that Jennifer and her husband have complained about all sorts of weird experiences living there. Then why'd you let your kid go? What the hell? Her husband Tom, like myself, was fond of hiking and exploring the woods, and he collected tons of arrowheads and other neat trinkets he'd found on his travels around Pikes Peak. So we got dream catchers, we got arrowheads. Is this like a burial ground situation? Because the grandfather was talking about them being in the ground. Oh, is this like a Native American burial ground? Your voice acting is really good on a real note. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Jennifer and her husband had complained about all sorts of weird experiences while living there. Her husband, Tom, like myself, was fond of hiking and exploring the woods and collected tons of arrowheads and other neat trinkets he'd found on his travels around Pikes Peak. But Jennifer started having dreams about Tom being dragged off into the woods from their bedroom. She had all kinds of horrific nightmares about him being skinned and pinned up into the trees like some kind of macabre artwork. Jennifer said that while Tom was at work, she would occasionally hear the voice of her daughter, who died in childhood of some kind of bone cancer, calling, "Mommy?" from the edge of the forest. Jennifer's doctors claimed it was the medication she was on and changed her meds. Tom got a new job in Vegas, and they basically hopped out of there. Oh, noped. Basically noped out of there. I feel like this author's a millennial. Anyone who uses the phrase, they noped out of there, is probably a millennial. And hey, I am too. It's not a bad thing, but I can sniff it out. I can sniff out my own kind. On a lighter note, I'm sorry. On a lighter note, Tom hanged himself in the garage 2 years after they moved. No note or anything. A fucking lighter note? What do you mean a lighter note? What do you mean? Also, I can't do any of my toggles. It fucks with the page. Anyway, Laura, Faye's mom, and Greg, Faye's dad, only used the cabin as a getaway in summers. Laura never experienced anything beyond weird feelings while she was there, and she chalked that up to all the crazy stories Jennifer had told her. Greg, however, who suffers from PTSD-related nightmares... Same, bud! Same! PTSD nightmare buddies! High five! You and me, Greg. Greg, however, who suffers from PTSD-related nightmares, occasionally experienced exacerbated sleep disturbances in the cabin. Over the years, he became reluctant to go there and claimed that all of the things he'd seen in Vietnam came back to him when he slept. My grandfather was in Vietnam. He was he was on the front lines, and he was like a radio code breaker. Like he would try to break messages that were coming in, and he did see active combat a few times. He told me stories when I was younger. Actually, I did an interview with my grandfather for like a high school project back when I was young, and I took him to Red Robin. If you don't know what Red Robin is, it's like a family diner chain, and they're decently good. They have actually really good like gluten-free options. But I brought my grandfather to the Red Robin, and I'm like, "Tell me about your life." And he's like, "Well, the war." I was like, "Oh shit, let's go. Let's talk about the war, Grandpa." I call him Bumpa. Let's talk about the war, Bumpa. Allegedly, back to the story. Allegedly, some of the people he saw get killed would come back to talk to him in his dreams at the cabin. The last time he stayed there, he woke up in a dream to find a few of them sitting in his bedroom with him, maimed, rotten. He privately maintained to Laura that he also heard their voices in the forest, crying, begging, screaming for their mothers. Oh, and guess what time he always heard them? Laura told us that she honestly did not believe there was anything really wrong with the cabin. Faye was extremely pissed and let her have it. They kind of ended our visit on a bad note. Later that night, I was up reading, and Faye was sleeping next to me. She always falls asleep before me. The girl could fall asleep on a pile of rocks. That's Amanda. Amanda falls asleep instantly in bed. I am so jealous. I am up in bed. This is how I fall asleep, chat. Usually, I have to stay up later. Probably up to like 11 o'clock, 11:30. And then when I get in bed, it takes me at least an hour to fall asleep. And I have to watch something that is interesting enough to hold my attention, but not too interesting to keep me awake. Because if I don't have something that I'm watching that interests me, the thoughts come in. And I don't mean the sexy women. Not those kind of thoughts. Later that night, I read that already. She started mumbling in her sleep, so I listened carefully, and here are a few things I heard her say. Never, 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 no, I wouldn't. On the mountain. I can't. Why? His name? We don't know you. No, it's Felix, which is my name. After 2 hours later, she woke me up by nudging me in her sleep and saying, "Tell the man in the hall to leave." This set me over the edge, so I got up to go to the bathroom and get some water. I didn't find anything strange. I had a very hard time falling asleep, though. Yeah, the mountain's talking to her. The mountain is talking to her. I don't like that. The mountain should not be speaking to my wife in her dreams. And my wife also should not be telling the mountain my name. That's a betrayal right there. This morning, we heard back from the guy who went up to the cabin to check for gas leaks or carbon monoxide at the behest of a few scrupulous Redditors. The guy mentioned that radon is a really big problem in these old places in the mountains. What is radon? A naturally occurring, radioactive, colorless, odorless, and tasteless gas? That's not good. That's bad. Comes from the breakdown of uranium in rocks and soil seeping into buildings through cracks in foundations and accumulating indoors. I don't like that. My house is old. Do I have radon gas? Am I being radon gassed? I'm scared. I don't like that. Ugh. The guy mentioned that radon is a really big problem in some of these old places in the mountains. I live in an old place in the mountains. I'm gonna set aside a tab to remember to check out radon. I need to look into that. I'm not a hypochondriac. I'm not afraid of things all the time. But I live in an old house in the mountains, and my wife and I we have some breathing problems. So you know what? Maybe I should check. Maybe I should check if there's radon in my walls. He's some kind of super badass handyman with all kinds of equipment. So he wrangled up one of those peak rangers, not park rangers, peak rangers, and went up to the place together. Apparently there were tracks all around the house, a dozen pair of them, like a large group of people had been wandering around looking in the windows. All of the windows and doors were sealed the way we left them. When they got inside, some stuff was moved around. The silverware drawer was emptied onto the kitchen floor and turned upside down. The power was completely dead. The weirdest thing was that there was water all over the bed and on the floor, but our guy checked for leaks in the ceiling and bathroom pipes. Nothing. Nothing had been stolen from the house, not even food. Some of the old clothes in the bedroom closet were strewn on the ground, but nothing stolen. Like maybe someone was trying them on or smelling them. Okay, so we got a skinwalker here. This is 100% a skinwalker. I was guessing skinwalker when before I read the story, like stolen tongues, you know, someone out in the woods stealing your voice. Definitely skinwalker here, which skinwalkers are one of my biggest, like, irrational fears. Like, I don't think skinwalkers are real. But videos about skinwalkers scare the shit out of me. I plan on posting after I get my drawing tablet working again. I'll post something this year, hopefully. Yes, please do. We actually, Shaw, we have a section in the Discord for people to post their art. I would love to see some. So right now we have someone who's capable of breaking in to a house that's fully locked up. So that means they either have a key or they have a way to get in that's either supernatural or something like that. Annie, how you doing, girlfriend? I need to get Discord? Yeah, do it. Just download it on your phone or on your computer. It takes 2 seconds. And then the Discord link is in the description. So if you get Discord downloaded and then click the link, then you can just, yeah, you can do that. Okay, I wish I had another monitor. People are like, oh, I have 3 monitors, and I always think that's stupid. I have 1 monitor for gaming, 1 monitor for OBS. And then now that I have my model, I need like a 3rd monitor for just the model. But how you doing, Annie? It's good to see you. The ranger said there were legends about the mountain. Something about things that sort of act like people. They come out of the old abandoned mines. Oh, cool. Cool. Skinwalkers on mines. Until then, I plan on posting my art on YouTube. Yes. 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 Greg's friend couldn't remember the name the ranger gave them. It was a native... So my idea of a Native American burial ground is sounding better every day. I have 4 for work. I got new job. What? I have 4 for work. I got new job. You have 4 what for work? But regardless, congratulations on the new job! Yay! Hopefully it's like a nice big pay increase and you're doing something that you really want to do. And if it's not those things, then... fuck. I'll do it as soon as I can. My house is under construction. Ooh. That's both bad and good. Sorry that your house is all fucked up, but I'm glad it's getting better. I need to get my drawing tablet working. Just like, hit it. That usually works for my technology. Greg's friend couldn't remember the name the ranger gave them. It was a native language. I asked Greg what the ranger... I asked Greg to... I asked Greg to ask the ranger about the sounds I heard, specifically the
Watch you, wool mate,
and he said it was a widely recognizable chant, but he doesn't know what it means. Anyone here have any idea? No radon, no carbon monoxide, and no gas. The place is all electric. He checked for mold, but said it was unlikely that there would be any all the way up here. He did say it was possible there was some kind of electrical problem, and that this can sometimes cause people to feel very unsettled and maybe have hallucinations. What? I've never heard of that. He has some kind of Geiger counter or gadget that detects issues like this, but it was broken when he tried to use it. Oh, I'm sorry. The Geiger counter was broken. Uh-huh. Oh, you have 4 monitors for work. That makes sense. Monitors. More money, but not something I want to do for a living. Well, you know what? More money is great, and then you can save it up, and after giving me 20%, as is required for the cult, you can use that to, get a little stockpile and get yourself a better job that you want to be in. I'm going to keep a close eye on Faye. She's still shaken up about all this. If there's anything left to report, I'll let you know. Update. 4/21/16. When was this posted? Oh, is there not a way to see when this was posted? Oh, okay. I was going to see, like, how many days it's been between the update. Update. 4/21/16. It's 10 years ago. Neo, I'm going to put you in a garbage can. I'm going to put you upside down in a garbage can. Like, your little feet are sticking out of it. And then I'm going to roll you down a hill. I will, however, make sure the garbage can is clean. I will not put you in a dirty garbage can. I'm not that mean. We've begun hearing voices outside of our home. Oh, that's not good. Ooh. Ooh. It said so at the top. I meant what specific date. I know it was 10 years ago. I know that. Like 4/21/16. I was wondering how many days between the post and the update. Baka. We've begun hearing voices outside of our home. Faye is really upset and feels like I might have exacerbated these strange circumstances by giving them widespread exposure online. I'm going to go dark for a few days and see if that helps. Don't worry about us. We have a few close friends looking out for us. They know the entire story. That's disturbing. That's not good. The voices followed them from the cabin. I thought maybe the voices were like stuck to the cabin. Maybe. Now wait, chat. Maybe one of them latched on to Faye. Because she was talking to someone in her sleep. And it's like imitating both her and her grandfather. So maybe... You're gonna be lurking for a bit? Oh lord, I'm lurking. Neo, I believe you. Creepy. Creepy, no crap, right? More like creepy, all crap. More like creepy, I'm shitting my pants. More like creepy, the dookie has left me. Hopefully I was in the bathroom at the time, is all I'm saying. Hi, everyone. I just want to make a quick update, as promised. Because Faye and I are flying back to California shortly. Faye is back to normal, feeling great. I watched her eat a huge plate of chicken parmesan yesterday. I'm so jealous. I have not eaten any food today. Give me the chicken parm. The first thing I should mention is that Faye's father was very reluctant to talk about the cabin or the weird experiences we'd had there. He kept trying to change the subject and was generally in a bad mood, which is pretty normal for him. He's a really grumpy Vietnam vet. I know that feeling. My grandpa's very grumpy. And has been in the army since he was young. His personality is exactly the way you'd imagine it. Faye asked him bluntly, if something is wrong in that cabin, why would you let us go up there in the first place? And his response was, talk to your mother. End of part 3. All right, chat. I'm going to be right back for part 4. I need to go pee. I need to go race like a piss horse and piss like a racehorse. While I'm gone, Shaw, you're in charge. Oh god, she looks dead while I'm gone. I just leave and her neck breaks. I'm gonna recalibrate just to be sure. By the way, the calibration looks disgusting. It like maps over your face and it makes your whole face look blue. You thought the stream broke? Nah, I just got to Peach. Hi, Pig. I don't want to call you Pig. Every time I say your name, I need to see the master part. Master. Master. Hi, Pig Master. How you doing? All right, we're on part 3, chat. For those of you who have come in part way through, this is a story of a husband and a wife. The husband's the main character. They went up to a cabin. They heard voices trying to imitate their loved ones and themselves and to get them to go into the woods. Now the voices have followed them. You can honestly call me by my 14 name of Patricia. Patricia! Patricia! It was up, Trish. Trishy. Part 3. Let's go. Wait, what? Oh, wait, what happened? Did one of your messages get deleted? Wait, Shaw, are you deleting some of your messages? I just looked over a chat and I saw one of your messages redacted. Messages redacted. Anyways, who's this anime girl and what have you done to Madigan? Madigan shed his skin suit and then used the power of electronics to build himself into herself and became an anime girl. When I missed right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw like you said that you had no power in your house, and then I looked back over and it was gone. It's like, wait a minute. Did they take him? Did Shaw get abducted? All right. Back to the story. My ADHD it has no bounds. Over the weekend, my fiancé and I stayed in her parents' cabin up in Pikes Peak, Colorado. I made a no-sleep post about the disturbing events that transpired over the course of a few nights. Many people have messaged me for an update, but I stopped responding because things have gotten worse since we returned to California. It followed them all the way to California? Damn. I feel this time I say what's going on here. I'm sorry it's so long, but I want to document everything. Faye and I flew back from Colorado on Wednesday afternoon. She slept the entire flight despite the noise, which amazed me. I can't sleep on planes because I'm absolutely terrified of flying. I'd rather stay another night in the cabin. What a fuck. This guy sucks. My power is out. I'm using a hotspot so I can watch your stream. Damn. You got all the essentials. You got like food, water, and Madigan. Those are the essentials to live by. I will say, I've never been on a plane before. I'm not particularly afraid of the concept of flying. My wife, though, is terrified. Faye and I flew back from Colorado. I read that already. When we got home, I ordered a pizza and she wolfed it down. Her appetite has returned in full force, which is great news. Makes me feel like she's eating for like, not for two, not like she's pregnant, but like the thing that's possessing her is making her more hungry or something. Like she's eating for the spirit inside of her. And pizzas, okay, to be fair, pizza slams. I would love a pizza right now. I haven't had pizza in weeks, like a month. I'd love a pizza. I mentioned this in my original post, but Faye has an undiagnosed sleep disorder. She has pronounced night terrors, sleep talking, and occasional sleepwalking. I don't know why we didn't get it diagnosed or see a doctor about it. You'd think years of sleepwalking and night terrors would draw you to go to a doctor's office, but that's crazy. Why would I do that? This disorder lies dormant 90% of the time, but it tends to flare up when she's under a lot of stress. If we're moving, if she's changing jobs, or if a relative dies, I can expect a night of horrifying talking and odd behavior. Needless to say, our experiences in the cabin have sent Faye on edge. Although she's in high spirits, she still is afraid at night. I am too. That night after the pizza, chat, what's your favorite pizza? I've been here for years. Yeah, my oldest viewer, Shaw. Been here since the beginning. That night after pizza, she fell asleep on the couch while we watched Wedding Crashers. At around 10 p.m., the movie ended and I turned off the TV. As I brought our plates to the kitchen, I passed by the stairwell and heard a faint noise from upstairs that sounded like a man sighing. I shrugged it off and woke Faye up. We brushed our teeth and went to bed. I hate this protagonist. Why would he brush that off? Supreme pizza. I am not a big fan of pepperoni or sausage. Well, you know. Not all sausage. But I'm not the biggest fan of sausage on pizza or pepperoni. My favorite pizza, I'm not sure if anyone else would like this. My favorite pizza is chicken, red onions, and barbecue sauce. Like a drizzle. Like it still has red sauce on it, but like a drizzle of barbecue sauce on top. That's my favorite pizza. Otherwise, I like buffalo chicken. I like chicken. I just like ooh, ham and onion. Ham and onion's really good. I became a subscriber since yesterday. No, you've been here the whole time. You've been subscribed since the beginning. But yeah, Patricia, I realized you didn't tell me. How have you been? I know it's been a while since we chatted on stream. Faye talked in her sleep a lot that night, and it started out about 1 a.m. I woke up to her calling out, "What did you do?" And, "Do you need help?" And laughing. This isn't really unusual for her. She babbled occasionally and said a few funny things, etc. Okay, the author uses etc. a lot. Etc. is not the best. I don't like using the word etc. You can just say she babbled occasionally and said a few funny things. Period. I woke up again at around 4 and heard her talking, but this time she was doing something she's never done before. We've been together for almost 5 years, and not once has she ever whispered in her sleep. But now she was whispering with her back turned to me. For a second, I thought someone was lying on the floor at the edge of the bed talking back to her. It disturbed the shit out of me, so I sat up and leaned over her, trying to listen in the dark. The only thing I heard her say discernibly was, it didn't come through. Shush. My voice is being cut off because of the mic. Doing good, been doing savage. Ooh, we've been kicking ass. Taking names. I asked her, "Faye, what are you talking about?" She didn't respond. I said, "Who are you talking to?" And she replied, "Don't," and nudged me. Another unusual thing happened. About 5:45 a.m., I woke up to Faye getting back into bed. She hurried into the bedroom from the hall and got back into bed quickly, making zero attempt not to wake me. First of all, Faye does not get up, ever. She sleeps like a dead horse, and even when she went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, which she never does, the bathroom is not down the hall. It's in our bedroom. When I asked her what she was doing the next morning, she claimed she had no memory of it. Okay, this guy is not the smartest, because Faye literally went to the bathroom in the middle of the night while she was in the cabin, right? Am I crazy? He like saw Faye outside sitting on the car, and then Faye came out of the bathroom, which he said, like, in my masculine attempt to save her, I didn't check the bathroom. This is like what? He also says that she has a sleep disorder where she she could be sleepwalking. Bro is dumb. Bro is empty-headed. Bro is zero brain up there. I spent all day Thursday Hey, Belle, what you doing? Come on. Up. You're good. Up. Yeah, that's my girl. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am working on getting a pet cam set up, so we should have some Belle and Char cameras soon. Well, it's going to be one camera, and it's going to be pointed at one spot, but both both Char and Belle use that spot, you know? If not, then Island Sanctuary. Is Island Sanctuary still, like, a thing? I'm the only one watching on YouTube. Yeah, I'm still small. I need to grow. The problem is I need to edit to grow, and editing's hard for me. I wish I could get an editor, but that costs money. It costs dollar bills. It costs dollar bills. I spent all Thursday thinking about what Faye was still acting weird. I was the one who found the dream catcher and got close to it. I was the one who interacted with the voices at the cabin. And then I remembered something. On our last night in Colorado at her parents' house, Faye got back into bed at the same time around 5:45. I barely remember because I was half asleep, but the image returned to my head. She's been getting up really early. Excuse me. She's been getting up really early for a few days. So last night, I set my phone's alarm to vibrate. I put the time for 4:45 a.m. In the middle of the night, Faye started talking again. This time, she was doing the same thing she did at the cabin, changing her voice to sound like someone else. In 5 years, she sleep-talked a bunch, but has never whispered or changed her voice until recently. She said a few things which I tried to commit to memory. La, 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 in a flat, monotone voice. Wasn't there a flat, monotone la-la that came from the child in the cabin? Sha. Or like a sharp exhale, followed by Dayon or Tayal over and over. Dayo. Dayo. He's still in the trees. Where were you? I looked for you. And, oh, it's time. About the same time, I heard a noise outside, which sounded like an old man grumbling to himself about something. We live in NorCal in a really woodsy town, so when you look out our bedroom window, there are tons of trees across the street. It was very dark, but I'm fairly certain I saw a man walking behind the first line of trees. He was too far away to be the one grumbling, but it is very unusual to see anyone over there this time of night. In fact, I've never seen anyone there at night. Ever. Well, how often do you wake up at 5:45 in the morning? Looking outside required me to open the curtains, which lit up our room with moonlight. When I looked back at the bed, Faye was lying there with her neck craned toward me, her eyes crazy wide and fixed on me, and her mouth open. She issued this really frighteningly, gurgly, drawn-out It looked like an epileptic fit in slow motion. Faye has definitely opened her eyes in her sleep, but never like this. She looks like a fucking murderer. I got so scared I called her name really loud and woke her up. She was confused and asked me why I was at the window. I lied? Motherfucker, the one thing you don't do in a horror story is lie. Why would you lie? I lied and said I was just closing it because it was cold. I didn't want her to know I'd heard a voice. We talked a bit, but I'll skip that because it was getting long. My alarm woke me up at 4:45 a.m., and I laid there awake, waiting for Faye to get up like she has been the past few nights. She breathes very rhythmically when she's asleep, so I can always tell how deep she's under. At around 5:20, she sat up straight, swung her legs out of bed, and tiptoed down the hall. I followed behind. When I say that my fiancé tiptoed, I don't mean like a child on Christmas Eve. This was robotic, alien, inhuman. She moved like a meth-addicted ballerina zombie down the hall and stopped at the stairwell. I resent this. I walk on my tiptoes. I do. I walk on my tiptoes. I got crazy powerful calves, and it doesn't mean I'm autistic. I am autistic, but me walking on my tiptoes doesn't mean I am a rumpf. Her breathing never changed. I just stood there in our bedroom, poking my head out into the dark hall. Faye looked down the stairs, still standing rigidly on the balls of her feet, swaying to and fro slightly. She did some weird shit. She touched her face slowly for several minutes, touched the banister, touched the wall, flicked the light on and off a few times, all while maintaining her perfectly regular coma breathing. Then she reached an arm out in the motion of a bicep curl, stretching her fingers and wiggling them, then curling them, her hand and her arm back up to her face. I watched her do this motion for about 4 minutes. It looked like she was testing the limb, as if she'd never used it before. But then I realized she was actually communicating with someone on the first floor of the house. She was making a come hither motion. With full confidence that Faye was sleepwalking, I walked into the hall and leaned over the half wall that overlooks the living room. It was totally dark down there. I couldn't see anything but the clock on the cable box. Faye stood there waving, smiling, making gestures, and then touching her face and pulling gently on her hair. I carefully ushered her back to the bed and talked to her softly, trying not to actually wake her. She didn't resist. She never does. I went back to sleep without another word. I have zero clue what the fuck is going on. I told her this morning what she did, and now we have a doctor's appointment for her at 3 p.m. today. Good! Finally! I plan on getting a pride flag and bracelet soon. Why? Are you gay? I have a trans flag on my wall. That's the end of part 3. Or part 4, actually. Ooh, we're cruising. So, what are my thoughts so far? I think that Faye, I don't know why they're connected to the cabin, but something about Faye is connected to whatever presence is in the cabin and is trying to learn to be more like a person. Like, it's imitating voices. It's repeating things it's heard. It's talking in voices that shouldn't have heard, which means that it probably has some sort of psychic connection, because if it's talking in the main character's mother's voice, and there's no way the mother would have been around, so how would the creature know? It's probing their brains, I'm assuming, while they sleep. And Faye is susceptible for some reason, to the point where it's inhabiting her mind while she's sleeping. That's my thought process so far. It's like learning how to be people by taking over Faye. Oh my god, Maddie, what do you mean? All right, part 5. Over the weekend, my fiance and I stayed at her parents' cabin up in Pikes Peak, Colorado. Oh, this is just a repeat. Faye and I flew back from Colorado on Wednesday morning, and she slept in. Wait, what? What? Did I already read this? Oh, I didn't click 5. I didn't click 5 ever. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. You don't have to read all these former posts if you're new to my situation. All you need to know is that 1, my fiance has a sleep disorder that has been sleep talking, walking, and having night terrors and other frightening sleep disturbances since she was a child. 2, we've been together for 5 years. 3, we recently stayed at a cabin her parents own way up in the mountains in Colorado. I'm a giraffe. Whereupon we discovered an enormous handmade dream catcher in the woods out back, and began hearing creepy voices at night that mimicked people we knew. including family members who are dead. 4. My fiance's sleep disturbances got out of control during our stay, and she appeared to be communicating with things outside at night. Now, we are back home in California, but something might have followed us. I took Faye to see her doctor yesterday, and we hesitantly explained what was going on with her. Oh, 1 second, I got a text from my wife. Sorry, let me respond real quick. My wife is my life, and my life is my wife. I just wanted to ask your pronouns just so I didn't get them wrong. I mean, I don't really mind. I don't feel 100% women yet, you know? I just started transitioning, and it's still weird for me, but she, her is what I prefer, but I don't really care. Also, like, I call everyone like brother and dude and man. Like I called my wife man yesterday, you know? So pronouns don't really matter to me that much. I do like hearing the female ones though. It makes me feel happy. I took Faye to see her doctor yesterday, and we hesitantly explained what was going on with her. I left out the paranormal stuff because I didn't want to get put in a ward. She seemed really concerned about Faye, ordered a blood test, gave her a physical, asked her about her diet and drugs, medications, etc. Oh, there's the etc. coming again. Faye and I are both non-drinkers, non-drug users. I'm about to hit a bong right now. You know what? This guy is so cringe that I'm going to hit a bong right now. And the best part is Twitch can't even see because I am a VTuber. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, of course. You're good. You Gucci, baby. You Gucci. All right, hitting that rip. Hitting that rip. I need to get like a toggle that puts like a weed cigarette in my mouth, you know? Give me a blunt. Yeah, right now I'm smoking some weed that my grandfather grew. Not the one that was in Vietnam. Amanda's grandfather. He has like a whole growing operation kind of thing. Just like, not like commercial distribution or anything like that. Just like a bunch of plants he grows at home. Yeah, he gave me an ounce recently, and it's good. It's good shit. It's good shit. Filling my lungs with that smoke. Excuse me. You know, when I'm about to read a story, I probably shouldn't hit the bong. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to talk for hours and read. Maybe I shouldn't be hitting a bong. She wants Faye to be evaluated by a psychiatrist next week. For now, she gave her a sedative at night and some anti-anxiety medication. She wants us to get some fresh air and get out of the house, so we're going for a hike today. A Redditor named Pixie Dix brought up the possibility that the child's voice outside the cabin asking, "When do we go inside? When do we go inside?" might not refer to inside the cabin, but rather inside Faye. This really worries me, as it corroborates some of the strange behavior she's been exhibiting in her sleep. I contacted the park ranger, who is pretty sympathetic to our situation, and he's going to get in touch with some of the members of his tribe who have experience with spiritual guidance and medicine. He's convinced that Faye and I have attracted the attention of the one who comes out of the mines. Lucky us. More on that later. Some Redditors have recommended that I test Faye to see if it's really her. So, yesterday evening, against my wallet's advice, I took her out to our favorite steakhouse. I only ever order one meal there. Medium tri-tip, house macaroni and cheese, and a bottled root beer. Okay, wait a minute. This guy's growing on me. Wait a minute. That's a great order. Steak tips, macaroni and cheese, and a bottled root beer. That goes crazy. That goes hard as hell. Give me some homemade mac and cheese, and I will be on the floor. I'm ready. I'm ready. I don't get much chance to eat dairy or gluten anymore unless I'm getting food out. And I would love some mac and cheese. Faye only ever orders one meal there too. A barbecue chicken sandwich with mac and cheese and a salad with ranch dressing and a Coke. She drinks Coke only. Her blood is mostly Coca-Cola. Faye took a long time deciding what to order and ended up ordering a fucking New York strip. I jokingly told her to order for me too, and she said, I don't know what you want. She also ordered water instead of Coke. Usually we have arguments over how much Coke she drinks and I'm stumbling. And how I'm always trying to get her to hydrate better and just drink water. This was really unsettling to me. At the end of the night, when we were walking back to the car, I kissed her temple and asked if she still liked it when I called her Noodle. She said, of course. I've never called her Noodle in my entire life. Her nickname has always been Monkey Toes. Ew, don't call your wife Monkey Toe. Oh, gross. Oh, what's up, Monkey Toes? That's worse than Edward calling Bella Spider Monkey. Hold on, Spider Monkey. Hold on, Monkey Toes. Ew. No. When we got home, she cracked open a Coke and got on the Facebook, which is completely normal. I'm going to slow down slightly. When we got home, she cracked open a Coke and got on Facebook, which is completely normal for her. This threw me off. One thing that's been on my mind lately is the song the little kid was singing outside the cabin. For those of you who don't know, in the middle of the night at the cabin in Colorado, we heard a child's voice coming out of the forest, singing an eerie song. I've been catching myself humming it almost every day. Ooh, so me do. I asked Faye if it meant anything to her, and I sang it to her while she was sitting on the couch. After a few repetitions, she sort of went blank, like she was hypnotized, and just wobbled back and forth ever so slightly for about 8 seconds, then snapped out of it and said, I don't remember that. Last night is when shit hit the fan. I haven't gotten a full night's rest in over a week now, and it's starting to make me feel over-emotional and crazy. They started murmuring in her sleep around 1, as usual, but I couldn't understand much of it. She sat up in bed, took the sheets off her legs like she was going to get up, but I grabbed her arm and asked her what she was doing. She said, tell them to leave. Her eyes were completely shut. Who? Who needs to leave? She sat there for about 2 minutes, not speaking, just sitting straight up. I asked again and she replied, there's a man at the door. Then about 10 seconds later, and a woman at the bottom of the stairs. Of course, this made every single hair on my entire body bristle. I got up and went downstairs, turning on every single light as I went and carrying my buck knife with me. Nobody was in our house. I looked in every single room downstairs and even in the backyard. When I got back to the stairwell, I heard someone stomping around upstairs. Someone had turned the light to the upstairs hallway off. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up, trying to listen, but the noises stopped. So I walked back up into our bedroom and got back in bed. It was likely that Faye had gotten up to go to the bathroom or sleepwalked a bit in the room and went back to bed. I fell asleep pretty fast, but woke up again only a few minutes later. Faye was gone. Why would you get back in bed without checking the top? This guy sucks. I heard movement down the hall, so I looked out into it. I saw Faye coming out from the other bedroom. She staggered down the hall toward me, then stopped, turned around, and walked back in the other direction. She did this 7 or 8 times. She was walking in almost the same way She was walking in almost the same way as the night before, standing really high up on her toes, her legs totally rigid like they were made of cement, and her arms completely limp and flopping back and forth. It was extremely fucking terrifying, seeing her move like that. She was totally graceless. It was like someone was testing out a human body for the first time. At the same moment, I heard a noise through the bedroom window and ran over to check, thinking someone was really at the front door. You can see down to the front entryway from our bedroom window. Off in the distance, about 30 yards out, someone was walking back and forth in the exact same way that Faye was. He was humming loudly and intermittently singing. The song sounded like the one I sang to Faye earlier, the one the child sang outside the cabin. I made this YouTube video explaining what happened. There's a YouTube video link? And it's not available anymore. Oh well. Basically, I ran back into the hall and woke Faye up and brought her downstairs. I opened the front door to get a better look at the man, but he was gone. Today, at the behest of a few Redditors, I asked Faye if she'd ever been to the cabin before we visited it. I don't know why I never thought to ask her this before. She said nothing about it when we stayed there for several nights. She was hesitant to answer me and eventually admitted she'd been there once when she was 14. She and her parents went snowshoeing up the mountains. A few hours later, I emailed her mother and asked her the same question. She told me that Faye had gone to the cabin multiple times as a child, but stopped going when she went to high school. I can't figure out which one of them is lying to me. Probably both. Probably both. I imagine that Faye is lying about how many times, and the mother is lying not about how many times, but about the fact that some shit went down. Because so many people have questions about Faye, she has agreed to do a filmed interview. If you post questions for her, I will film her responses and post them here within a few days. I haven't told Faye this, but I'm thinking of going back to the cabin and meeting with the ranger. He wants to do some ritual with the dream catcher we found, if it's still there, and he says he'll bring his friends and try to cleanse the house and the surrounding area. This will cost me $500 just to fly out there, but if this shit gets any worse, it might be worth it. Edit. A Redditor sent me a private message telling me to investigate the guest room to see if Faye was doing anything in there. It turns out she was. She had written the number 5 on the window with her finger. 5. What is the significance of the number 5? I only saw it because of the condensation from the cold this afternoon. It's written backwards so that someone standing in our backyard can read it. Yo, that's so cool! Okay. The premise is really cool. I'm enjoying the story. The protagonist is a fucking idiot, but that's okay. I can live with the protagonist being an idiot because I can just make fun of him. I'm going to skip the synopsis on this one because we've read all of them so far. I'm also about to go grab some water. I'll be back in a second. And I'm back. Mostly. I need to put on my shawl. It's cold here. It's freezing. I picked a good time to read this story. It's, frigid out here. We're getting snow like crazy. Makes sense. All right. I'm back. I have returned. All right, let's get into part 6. I cannot tell you how much all of your support has meant to us over the past few days. Faye feels so good knowing that people are constantly asking about her health, and I feel like a few of your suggestions have literally saved her life, so thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I don't even know where to begin. So much has happened in the last 2.5 days. The sedatives and anti-anxiety meds the doctor gave to Faye worked during the day, and she's been less stressed. However, at night, her behavior is still highly unusual. I've taken the overwhelming consensus of Redditors seriously. I went out and purchased a bunch of child-proofing materials for the house to prevent Faye from harming herself or going outside while sleepwalking. I could not afford a bunch of cameras. Sorry, I'm a teacher. I bought these knob covers. The knob covers for little kids where you have to, pinch them to turn them. Oh my god. I bought these knob covers that little kids and hopefully sleepwalkers are too stupid to figure out. Outlet covers in case she tries to jam anything in them. And I hid the kitchen knives. I also brought in a spiritual healer after very carefully searching for one. It's my opinion that 99% of them are frauds and hucksters. But this woman did not charge us anything, and she was recommended by a close family. She's the daughter of a Shoshone? Shoshone? Is it Shoshone? I would Google it, but it'll probably just phonetically pronounce it. She's the daughter of a Shoshone tribal elder. Hey, I don't know all the native tribes from across the nation. I do remember the ones up in the Northeast because they had us do like a little chant in school to remember them. It was like one of those things where, like in not junior high, Jesus, elementary school, where they wanted you to learn history, but you were a child. So they put everything into some sort of like mnemonic device. So in order to remember the tribes, they had us chant this. And yes, I feel incredibly, what's the word for embarrassed doing this live, but y'all deserve to hear some bullshit. Ooh. They had us chant this in school. These are the tribes of the Iroquois nation. These are the tribes formed together as one. Onondaga, Seneca, Cayuga, and Oneida, Tuscarora, Mohawk, and the list is done. And they had us do that multiple times. It's still in my head as a 31-year-old fucking woman. I'm over here, 31 years old, and I still have that chant stuck in my head. It worked. It worked. What was I doing? I was reading a story. The long and short of it is, she believes our house is not haunted. However, she says that Faye feels very off. She said she couldn't get a good read on her at all, and that there's a dark cloud over her. Still suspicious of this woman, I took her to a random upstairs window and told her that I had seen someone outside near the edge of the woods, mimicking Faye's sleepwalking, which was true, but I pointed out the wrong window to the open part. Why? Why would you do that? She quietly examined the other windows upstairs and said that our bedroom window, the correct one, gave her a terrible feeling. Oh, to see if she actually knew what the hell she was talking about. She said, "He watches from here. You can hear him whispering at night." We told her everything. She was horrified by our story. The look on her face unsettled me so much. It was like she'd never heard of anything this bad. She went out of the room and had to collect herself downstairs. The women prayed for several minutes, sang a beautiful song in a language I can't even begin to describe, and saged our entire house. We also saged our house. When we moved in, my cousin's very into, if I say Wiccan, she gets mad, but like Wiccan style things, that kind of like spiritual stuff. So when we moved in, she went through and did like a smudge where you burn a bundle of sage through the house. And she did the thing where you go into like the corners of the house and you clap your hands to get rid of the bad spirits or something. I have no idea what she did or why she did it. All I know is that I haven't seen a ghost here, so I guess it worked. She put some kind of crushed herbs in the ground in front of the two doors that lead to our home. She told me in private, "You're dealing with the hollow ones." She had its name in her ancestral language, but I can't even come close to remembering or spelling it. She said that one is infatuated with Faye and will do absolutely anything to get inside our house. But the process takes time. I don't know if I actually buy any of this, but at least she didn't sell it to me. What an idiot. What an idiot. I don't believe any of this. We also had Faye take a pregnancy test as recommended by many Redditors. Oh, sure. Sorry my hotspot died. Thank you for the sub. I'll be going now. What? Of course. Get the fuck out of here. No, seriously. Have a great day, Shaw. Thanks for hanging out. I hope your house gets fixed soon. We also had Faye take a pregnancy test as recommended by many Redditors. The woman said it was a good idea. Good news. Not pregnant. And the woman stood in the bathroom with her like a prison guard so she couldn't fuck with the test. When we thanked the woman, we then thanked the woman and she left. That night, we attached a jingle bell from Faye's Christmas-themed lingerie. What? What? A jingle bell from Faye's Christmas-themed lingerie. Brother, what are you doing? What present you unwrapping? Why she got bells on her pussy? What are you doing? That night, we attached a little jingle bell from Faye's Christmas-themed lingerie to a hair scrunchie and put it around her ankle. Damn. I'm such a light sleeper, there's no way she'd be able to get out of bed without waking me. Faye fell asleep really fast due to the meds, out like a light in a few minutes. I lay in bed thinking about the 5 she wrote on the window in her sleep. A few nights earlier, and reasoned that it meant 5 a.m. and not 5 days, as some Redditors had speculated. This makes sense because she's been getting up at that time to sleepwalk every night for 4 nights now. Since then, can't talk. I'll be back next time. I'll tell you when I post a vid or art. Please do. I'm excited. Since the 5 was written backwards, facing the backyard, I reasoned that it was a signal to whoever or whatever was out there. She was going to try to let it inside. Eventually, I fell asleep and I had a fucking horrifying dream. Someone came into the house through the sliding glass door to the yard and walked up the stairs and into our bedroom. It sat on the edge of our bed, rubbing face, foot, and staring at us. It was completely wreathed in shadow. Couldn't see it all except for a silhouette, just like the video I posted. Sadly, the video is not up anymore. About what I saw a few nights earlier. I woke up soaked in sweat and couldn't fall back asleep for a while. 5 a.m. rolled around, and the reliable little jingle bell woke me right up. In her sleep, Faye did something she's never done before. She stood up on the bed, rigid as a board, and stared out the window. I shouldn't really say stared, because her eyes were closed. She was alert, watching, listening. She remained there like a statue for at least 5 minutes. Wake her up! Wake her up! You asshole! Yeah, my wife's being possessed by this demon outside. I'm not going to wake her up, though. I'm going to watch and see what happens. Then she slowly raised her hand and started waving at someone outside. My skin crawled when she did that. She definitely knew someone was there, even with her eyes shut. Faye then stepped out of bed and darted to the bedroom door, trying to get into the hallway, but the childproof knob cover stopped her. She couldn't figure it out in her sleep. She did another thing she'd never done while sleepwalking. She got extremely angry and started pulling on the cover. She shrieked and growled like a trapped animal. After about 30 seconds of this, she woke herself up. I realized that my creepy music stopped playing. She woke herself up. She started crying really hard and told me that in her nightmare she'd seen a man without a face walking through the halls of our home, whispering her name and looking for her. I sat up and talked with her for an hour, and then we went back to sleep. When I woke up again, it was around 10 a.m., and Faye was gone. The bedroom window was open. Aren't they on the second floor? As I walked downstairs, I saw her in the backyard reading. Every single window in the entire house was open. It was like 55 degrees outside. She told me the smell of the sage made her nauseous and she wanted to get out of the house. I couldn't smell anything. Yeah, the smell of the sage makes you nauseous because you got a demon in you. The sage is trying to purify the demon, and you're like, I'm going to let the sage out. It's yucky. I suggested we go to the church downtown today and speak with a priest. She's Catholic, but she refused, so I had my buddy Kay, who is very, very devout Catholic, come over with some holy water and his crucifix. Apparently Kay told his priest what was going on, and the guy very reluctantly blessed the water and told us to call him. Kay was irritated that I'd done this without her permission and waited outside while Kay set up a few little crosses and his big crucifix around the house. They refused to have any holy water put on her. She kept saying, I'm freezing, don't you dare. She's gonna be super pissed when she finds out I put this shit in her shampoo and conditioner bottles. You know what? First smart thing this protagonist has done. That's the first smart thing. She was in a really nasty mood all morning, but after we went out for lunch, she was feeling better, and we agreed to film the interview video and answer questions from Redditors. While filming, I noticed she wasn't wearing her engagement ring, and I realized she hadn't been wearing it in several days. I asked her where it was, and she said it was in our luggage, which we've now only partially unpacked. Later, when I checked, it wasn't there. I'm worried about this for a few reasons. I'll post the video as soon as she watches and approves it. She's self-conscious. Expect it within a few days. I've finally begun moving some more photos from the cabin onto my laptop, too. I cannot bring myself to listen to those voice recordings yet. I'm making a hard read here. Called shot. Called shot. That's not Faye. Faye's been replaced. The real Faye is somewhere else, and that's why the ring is missing. This is not the real Faye. This is getting over long. Flash forward to last night. I got up at 1 a.m. to pee, and I knocked the bell scrunchie off the bed. Faye had taken it off and was gone. I got angry and scared at the same time. I found her sitting on the stairs, looking down into the dark, spreading her arms open like she was trying to get a child to climb the staircase for the first time. She was smiling, her eyes closed. As I usually do, I gently got her up and walked her back to bed. When I laid down next to her, she leaned over, with her eyes still closed, and said, "I'm gonna kill you," and then licked my face. Ew! I hate that! No! No, no, no! No, 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 no! I called her parents today to arrange a flight back to Colorado. They're paying for it. Her mom, Laura, admitted to me that something had happened to Faye as a child at the cabin. No shit! That is where her sleep disturbances started when she was 5. I've had enough, and they can tell. I spoke with the ranger at Pikes Peak again, and he's arranging for me to meet with him and his buddies from the tribe who knows the entire history of the area and all the hauntings that other visitors have reported. They will be staying with my 2 best friends, R and J, and J's fiancée, A. I've known all 3 of them since high school, and they're completely informed about all these events. They will guard her with their lives. So Faye is getting out. They're not going to take her seriously about escaping, and Faye's getting out. In short, I'm going back to the cabin, alone. I'll update soon, but no matter what happens, I'm going to drag this out any further. I'm not going to drag this out any further on No Sleep. I've polluted this place enough with my problems. Edit. Folks, I won't be at the cabin alone. I'm meeting the ranger and his friends there. His 2 friends are from his tribe. Nation? Sorry, I don't know the correct terminology. And they are healers. I know all about Pikes Peak. They know all about Pikes Peak and the ongoing situation. I'm not going out easy. Update. Drop Faye off at my friend's place. I'll take care of her. Heading to the airport now. No idea when I'll get back on. We'll try tonight if I'm not too tired after landing. Update. 4:26, midnight, Colorado. I'm at Faye's parents, exhausted. Talked to her parents extensively, got word from my friends. Faye started feeling really ill, wanted to go home. They moved the whole posse to our house? What fucking idiots? Why would they? Excuse me? Why would you go back to the house where Faye is being haunted by the thing? Oh no, I'm sorry, Faye's feeling sick. She's being fucking haunted. Ugh. They moved the whole posse over to our house, which has been sage, blessed, and protected, and covered in holy water and crucifixes. And she's allegedly doing much better now. Yeah, because she's where the demon wants her to be. Hey, Angel's Halo 624. Are you the 624th person to wear that halo, or new VTubers to watch? Yippee, yippee! Welcome in. It's good to meet you, Angels. Is Angel good? Yeah, I'm a new VTuber. I've been a flesh tuber for years and just started VTubing. Today's actually my first non-debut stream. I debuted yesterday, so I'm really excited. We're doing creepy stories today. This is about a couple who went out into a cabin in the woods, and the wife is being possessed by some sort of skinwalker, I think. We're not 100% sure yet. We're about, we're almost about halfway through the story. But yeah, welcome in, Angel. Where was I? Feeling really ill. Better now. Richard and Jason and Jason's fiancée, Allison, are all sleeping over a few nights to ensure Faye is all right. Heading to the cabin tomorrow morning to meet the ranger. Update. 4:26, 9:40 a.m. Colorado. Leaving in 1 hour to go to the cabin. Sorry for typo. I said it was the 27th by accident. Update. 4:26, 5:15 p.m. Spotty bullshit Wi-Fi, snowing like crazy up here. Met with the ranger, investigated the cabin. Nothing unusual inside except a lampshade removed from a lamp, which he claims was not like that when he came here a few days ago. His friends will be here tomorrow morning. I'm alone for tonight. I went outside for just a... I'm sorry, he's alone? He said he wouldn't be alone! 624 is Angel from Lilo and Stitch. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Angel from Lilo and Stitch. Yeah, the pink one. Yeah, she's pink because she's a girl, and Lilo and Stitch is blue because he's a boy. Oh, God. Your voice is familiar? Oh, my voice... I mean, I've been streaming for a long time. Maybe you saw me at some point. Yeah, lol. Angel's a good character. I love Lilo and Stitch. Lilo and Stitch is definitely one of my favorite Disney movies. And Hawaiian Coaster Ride slaps. There's no place I'd rather be than on the ocean out at sea. Lingering in the ocean blue. God damn. By the way, what are your pronouns? I want to make sure I don't misgender you. Yeah, why? He should not be alone. I'm alone for tonight. Went outside for just a minute when it was still light to grab some things from my truck and heard two voices making short videos from my phone. I'll try to upload. Update 4:27, 9:12 p.m. So much has gone down. I'm so terrified and sleep deprived. I'm writing a huge post right now with everything that's happened. I'll post it tomorrow morning because I know I can't finish it tonight. I'm gonna fall asleep in my chair. Sorry to keep you waiting. She there? Yeah! Found my new favorite streamer? That's damn quick. That's very quick. Well, I guess, hey, make sure to follow and make sure to join the Discord and all that stuff. I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays at 11 a.m. Eastern. So I'll be live a lot. Mondays are going to be our voice acting days where I do stories like this. Wednesdays and Fridays are like random games, like one-offs. And then Saturdays are going to be like more longer games. Or I'm playing Dispatch right now. I started it yesterday and it's really good. But on to part 7. Let's go. I said we were almost halfway done. That's not true. Damn, there's so many. Alright, we already read the intro. We don't need to read this. We already have done all of it. Need a little drink of water. But yeah, I'm excited to be a VTuber now. It's been something I've wanted to do for a while, but it was cost prohibitive. But then I got one of the customizable models. I haven't used Twitch in years, so my username is outdated. I should probably change it. I mean, it's cute. Maybe just, I mean, you can get rid of the 624 if you wanted. If you want to distance it from the Lilo and Stitch. But Angel Halo is cute. It's been an interesting few days. I have so much to say, so I'm going to try... What? To be terse. Terse? Isn't terse meaning like you're upset? Oh, abrupt. Oh, I guess I didn't know that. Okay, shit. Learned a new one. You're going to find the Discord. It's either linked below or I can just do this. Boop. Click that link and you can join. YouTube, if you want to join, it's in the description. It's been an interesting few days. I have so much to say, so I'm going to try to be terse. Sorry it's taken so long to report. I'm really trying. All of your questions and analysis of these events have really helped us through this struggle. Some of your observations are what brought me back here to Colorado. I landed in Denver International Airport 2 nights ago and stayed with Faye's parents in Arvada. While there, we all sat down and I basically forced them to tell me what was going on. A Redditor pointed out that Laura, Faye's mom, appeared to be lying or hiding something. Another Redditor asked me if Faye had ever been to the cabin before since her family owned it for almost 3 decades. I never thought of this. When I asked Faye, she said no, that her parents just used it as a getaway a few times a year. Faye's mom told me that she'd been there multiple times when they were little. This time, Faye's parents told me a different story. They claimed this was the truth. Faye had been to the cabin as a toddler a few times, and when she was 5, something happened to her. While Greg, Faye's dad, and Faye were outside playing in the snow, Faye wandered off toward the edge of the forest to look in. He was following a voice. Greg was building a snowman and keeping his eyes on her. They were only a few dozen yards apart. Allegedly, Greg heard Faye talking, answering questions, but he couldn't hear anyone else talking. He started walking toward her to bring her back and heard her say, "Faye? No, it's Faye. I can't see you." A moment later, little Faye began shrieking and crying. She went stiff as a board and Greg had to pick her up and haul her back inside. She was almost catatonic and would go through bouts of total silence or inconsolable hysterics for several hours, until Greg and Laura decided to go back down the mountain and take her to a hospital. Greg claims he never saw anyone in the woods and never heard any voices speaking to Faye. Doctors thought she had an epileptic seizure, and to this day, Faye does not remember ever going to the cabin. When I look at her, she acted like she'd never seen it before. Okay. Interesting. So Faye's been possessed since she was a kid. And going back to the cabin gave this thing power again. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Hello? It was just my medicine getting dropped off. Let's see. Yeah, so she looks like she's been possessed since she was a kid. That's kind of a really cool concept, this like long-term possession, and the distance from it helped maintain her sanity, but now it's coming back. I believe that if Faye did remember being traumatized as a child, she'd never want to go back. So I really think she's blocked out the whole experience. And when we visited it a week ago, we thought it was her first time going. In Laura and Greg's subsequent visits to the cabin, without Faye, Greg experienced terrible nightmares in which dead people entered the bedroom and sat on the ground in bed, watching him sleep. In the morning, Greg let me borrow his truck, but refused to go to the cabin with me. He told me when I left, "We let you kids go up there because we honestly wanted to believe there was nothing actually wrong with the place." They used us to validate their denial, but I don't want to hold them responsible. I'd never have believed any of this if I were them. Dreams and a frightened child do not a haunting make. Out of curiosity, did you play Kingdom Hearts? I did! I did! If yes, that's where I know your voice from. Maybe like 5 years ago? Holy shit. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, I did. It was the first thing I ever streamed. There's my YouTube channel. You can go back to oldest videos. It was the first... Kingdom Hearts was the first game I ever streamed, I believe. That and Dark Souls 2. Damn. Damn. That's crazy that you found me all these years later. That's wild. Oh my god, it's you? Right? That's crazy. The world is not a small place. But today, it is small. And we got to find each other again. That's so cute. I arrived at Pikes Peak around 1 p.m. yesterday, and the ranger met me at the cabin. We investigated the place and didn't find anything unusual, except that a single lampshade had been removed from one of the lamps and placed on the couch. We checked out in the nearby woods. Oh, okay, I remember. So when the tribe inspected it while they were gone, they said that it was completely locked up, but there was stuff moved around in the house. The clothes were taken out of the closet and said that they maybe were smelled, which is gross, and there was a wet stain on the bed. So now we have a lampshade as well. Okay. Single lampshade had been removed from one of the lamps and placed on the couch. We checked out the nearby woods. I was kind of surprised to discover that the creepy, enormous dream catcher was still there. The ranger told me he did not recognize it, and it was not something that his people made. He told me not to mess with it until his friends showed up. He told me he'd return with them in the morning, and left. Now, is the dream catcher a... Okay, that's a good question. Is the dream catcher a real protection, or is it something that's like... I don't know. Is it part of the curse? I'm beginning to wonder if the dream catcher is part of the curse, because it's like letting people enter her dreams. I subscribed to you when I was 14, when I first saw those videos. Now I'm nearly 20? Damn, you were a baby. That's crazy. Is a crazy question. Who knows? Who knows? Not me. Not me. I don't know nothing. My head's empty as hell. It's all rattling up in there. I became a streamer and my intellect dropped like massively. When I'm off stream, it's not as bad. Okay, let's see. Where was I? There we go. That night, some shit happened. Greg told me he hid in a he had a Magnum in the closet? I'm sorry. What? Bro kept a Magnum? Greg told me he'd hidden a .357 Magnum in the closet. I don't know if guns can kill ghosts, but if a gun could, it would be a Magnum. Holy shit. That's crazy. Greg told me he'd hidden a .357 Magnum in the closet, so I retrieved it, and a really dope-ass purple bathrobe, and felt a little better. Don't worry. I know how to shoot and how to keep it safe. Bet. You live in Cali. Californians aren't allowed to have guns. You do not know how to shoot. You're a liar. You know that you pull the trigger. That's it. Hey, I don't know how to shoot either. I've never shot a gun. But I can tell someone else who hasn't shot one. If a ghost gets killed, do they double die? Where do they go? Well, I feel like there's two options. I feel like either they're forced to go either to, you know, whatever beyond, like, afterlife there is, or they're erased completely from existence. Like, their soul is evaporated into nothing. Kind of like, oh, if you've ever played Pillars of Eternity, really good RPG. The souls of people are brought back and reincarnated, but sometimes the souls can be completely destroyed. You know what I'm saying? Whoa, yeah, mind blow. Yo, that deserves a bong rip. Let's go. I need to get, like, I really need to get some sort of, like, weed cigarette or something for my model. There's probably a toggle somewhere I can get. Right around sunset, I walked out to Greg's truck to grab a few things I neglected to bring in earlier. I heard two distinct voices chattering in the woods. It was snowing like crazy and the wind was howling, but above the storm, I heard a gruff, masculine voice. And a younger...
I wanted to see what this would do. LOL. Hopefully, I don't jump scare you.
You didn't jump scare me. You didn't jump scare me. I did not get jump scared. What are you talking about? No jump scare here. Not me. I don't know what you mean. Dolphin! Maddie, the model looks awesome. You know what I should do? Here, let's show off the model real quick. We'll take a little break in the story because there's, you know, new people who haven't seen it since the debut. So, oh, I'm getting small. This is me. Hi, this is me. I got a cute little skirt that wiggles and waggles. I maxed out the thigh slider because, I mean, goddamn. And I got little leg warmers, little stockings, and the color palette's very trans. I don't know if you can tell. The thing in the blue. And then you go, Maddie, what do you mean it's trans? Where's the white from the flag? The white's my skin. But yeah, I got these hips. These hips don't lie. Look at them go. Sheesh. Sheesh. Neo's back. Hi, Neo. Ooh, I'm getting tiny again. What are my pronouns? I like she, her, but I actually don't really care. I only recently became trans, so I'm still not 100% feeling like a girl, but I use stuff like dude and brother to refer as gender neutral, so, I mean, honestly, if you want to just call me he, I don't give a shit. But yes, thank you for the compliment, Dolphin. How you been? How's the roommate? I forget her name. Why do I forget her name? I don't remember. I'm sorry. I lost her name. Right around sunset, I walked out to Greg's truck to grab a few things I neglected to bring in earlier, and I heard two distinct voices chattering in the woods. It was snowing like crazy, and the wind was howling, but above the storm I heard a gruff, masculine voice and a younger, adolescent male voice. They're both yammering incomprehensible gibberish from two different places. I hurried back inside and locked the door. The stuff they were saying was pure madness. It made no sense. We got a gruff masculine voice. Put 'em up there in the trees. And, take and talk, walk down there, go ahead. I just sat there imagining psychotic cannibals jabbering with their tongues hanging out and their eyes rolled back in their skulls. I figured they'd come out of the woods as soon as it was dark. I tried to reach out to Faye back home, but my phone wouldn't get any reception to the cabin. The storm was too strong. I tried to play video games on the SNES, but I was too distracted by all the sounds outside. Every single noise the blizzard produced caught my ear, and so my imagination manifested all kinds of horrifying creatures slinking around out there in the dark. She had to walk through She had to walk to work through 12 inches of snow? No, 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 no. Yeah, we got dumped on with snow today, too. I should not be shoveling. Shoveling is not something I should do. I should not be picking up over 5 pounds, my doctor says. But with how much snow we got, I had to shovel. I had no choice. Like, Amanda and I were not physically capable of doing it by ourselves. So Amanda didn't end up going into work until almost noon. And that was because we spent the whole morning doing like 15-minute shifts of shoveling, then stopping, and then more, and then more. Love the Pokemon reference in your debut. Thanks! I plan on doing a Pokemon playthrough, actually. Maybe starting Wednesday. Maybe. I plan on doing a Pokemon Too Many Types playthrough and doing gender only as the restriction. You know, because of the whole trans thing. He goes by Maple. That's right, Maple. Maple. I knew I liked that name. When I finally went to bed, the wind died down a bit, and I heard a few more voices. There was a distant, high-pitched wail that echoed across the entire mountain. There was a child crying, saying something like, "Put me down in the hole!" And, "It's so deep you can crawl forever." But his voice sort of glitched. It would suddenly become deeper as though it would grow. Oh, let me try that again. "It's so deep down there you can crawl forever." I also heard someone hacking and vomiting and crying, begging for help. I didn't fall for any of it. I'm 28 years old, and this is the most afraid I've ever been in my entire life. Even with Faye walking around like a fleshy marionette and calling out to a presence in the dark of my own home. Around the time I was getting into bed, approximately 12:45 a.m., there was a gentle tapping sound on the window in the living room. It was soft, like a neighbor who is reluctant to bother me. I stood there in the bedroom with the door open, holding my breath, trying to figure out if I'd imagined it. Then I heard it again. So I crept down the short hall and peeked around the corner, just in time to see a figure walking past the windows and toward the front door. With the curtains drawn, I couldn't make out anything but a big shadow. Then it knocked on the door. It was a gentle knock. The man's voice called out softly, "Hello?" I just listened intently and tried to keep silent. Eventually he knocked again. "Hello? I need to speak with you." He was speaking through clenched teeth. He was either extremely cold or extremely angry. I very carefully stepped back into the bedroom to grab the gun, but the goddamn place is so old the doors creak. I barely tapped the bedroom door as I passed and it squealed like a dying pig. Then the man outside said, just above a whisper,
I know you're in there.
Ooh! Ooh! I need to debut at some point. I've just started VTubing officially. Ooh! After being a gacha tuber for so many years, where'd all your money's gone. You joined the Discord too? Hell yeah! Well, hey, are you streaming on Twitch? Because if so, here's a fucking follow. Oh, your profile picture's cute. It's like a little ghost kitty. For just a moment, in my lethargy, I considered the possibility that this was one of the ranger's friends, or maybe somebody else who lived in the mountain. I was never going to open the door, but stupidly, I figured talking to it couldn't hurt. I said, "It," because I immediately stopped believing there was a human being on the other side of the door the moment I opened my mouth. I said, "Who the fuck is it?" as assertively as I could. The second I stopped talking, whoever it was out there repeated my question while mimicking my voice accurately. "Who the fuck is it? Is it? Who the fuck is it? Is it? Who the fuck is it?" It almost sounded like an echo. Then he said, "May I come in? Please?" His voice was a little shaky, but it definitely sounded like me. Unnervingly similar to me. But he was still clenching his teeth so I could hear the difference. I pointed the gun at the door. It was dark in the house, so he couldn't see what I was doing through the curtain. And I said, If you don't get the fuck out of here right now, I'll blow you in half. For those of you who don't know what a... I know. For those of you who don't know what a 357 can do to a person, a slug to the chest essentially makes you into a human milkshake. And that's after passing through 2 inches of oak door. We both just stood there for a dreadfully long minute. It started testing out my voice, groaning and whispering and muttering. I said a lot of things, but I only remember a few of them.
What's your name? What's your name? A little cabin for the weekend, for... They're lying. They're lying. The ones out there. La, 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 la.
Not thinking, but just flailing his tongue around and making those noises like a child would.
You aren't alone in there. And I'm not alone out here. What's your name? And you go up in the trees or you go down the hole. That's where you go. Oh, they'll find you. Either way.
Talking through my teeth was hard there. That was hard. Gacha, not Japanese gambling. A different gacha is like a chibi dress. Oh, okay. Like a chibi dress-up game. Kids used to tell these stories like janky animations. Okay, sweet. Plan to post on YouTube as my primary and maybe stream on Twitch once I learn how Twitch works. Honestly, Angel, if you're in my Discord, you can always ask for advice too. I don't mind giving advice on streaming. And if you're doing YouTube already and you want to stream, you should multi-stream like I do. I stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So that the second my VOD, like the second I'm done streaming, the whole stream is archived on my YouTube channel. So people can go back and watch it. I definitely recommend it. It was, I am not even sort of technologically capable, and I set it up, you know? The sound of my own voice mimicking the sound of my own voice making these horrific noises and phrases set every inch of my skin on fire. I can hardly describe the physical sensation of fright this intense. It was almost like having a bad fever, hot and cold and wet and sticky all at the same time. I shouted for it to leave and said I was armed. I considered firing off a round, but that's a decision you can't take back. And my number one rule is to only fire when I'm certain I've got a target and a clear reason. I feel like you have both of those. Maddie, I don't want to wait 8 months for an ADHD referral where they will say I don't have it again. Like I said, you should see if Sven can... This is a joke. This is a joke. This is a joke. This is a joke. You should see if someone that you know has a prescription already and see if maybe their doctor would be willing to give you some sort of give him some sort of non-stimulant ADHD medication or an as-needed ADHD medication to try out. This is not a recommendation. This is what you should not do. Not at all. And then I shrink. Honeycomb, how you doing, girlfriend? Think you on the offer? Much appreciated. Yeah, just hit me up on Discord. I probably won't be available to like chat, but I can answer questions and stuff like that. When I'm not streaming, I'm usually spending time with my wife. Actually, tonight I'm making dinner. I'm not sure what I'm gonna make. I'm either making meatball subs with gluten-free, dairy-free mac and cheese as the side, or I'm making chicken marsala pasta with mushrooms, spinach, onions, and well, chicken. Which one should I do? Should I do marsala pasta or should I do meatball subs? Just encourage him to finish off his current stash so he can get new stuff I can try. Exactly. Chicken marsala. Okay. Marsala. Okay. Stop making me hungry. I'm starving. I have not eaten any food today, and I barely ate any food yesterday. I had like gas station food in the morning when I was shopping, and then I ate, I think, a single waffle and 2 breakfast sausages last night. I love marsala. It's so good. Chicken marsala is one of my favorite meals. I love making marsala. Maddie, I am poor. What do you want from me? I don't have money to buy food that I can just grab to eat. I'm poor as fuck. I live paycheck to paycheck. That's not something I should be talking about to my chat. I'm sorry. I was just bitching. Making French toast. Oh, French toast is the king of breakfast. Actually, that's not true. French toast is like my favorite breakfast thing, but there's a way you can use French toast to make a Monte Cristo. One of the best breakfast things, one of the best foods I've ever had is a good Monte Cristo. Get you French toast for the bread, get you some nice ham and turkey, get you some Melba sauce, which if you don't know that, it's like a raspberry sauce, and a little bit of, I like onions on mine because I'm a freak, and then you dip that in a little bit of real maple syrup, not the fake shit, not the Aunt Jemima, which, by the way, they took Aunt Jemima off the bottle because they thought it was racist to have a black woman on the bottle. I don't understand. I feel like taking the black woman off the bottle is the racist part, right? Like, they erased Aunt Jemima. I feel like that's the bad part. Literally could eat it every day, but like the hubby don't like it. Oh, Amanda is particular in that she doesn't usually like repeating meals every week. So I like, so we have like regulars, like I do marsala, I do Asian tofu bowls, I do a bunch of stuff, but we rotate them. Denny's pancakes are the king of breakfast. You need therapy. And Uncle Ben too. Did they erase Uncle Ben? No fucking. They took Aunt Jemima. Oh, not the dollar eyes. They took Aunt Jemima away and they took Uncle Ben away? And right before Black History Month too. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. God, I want French toast now. Gotta say you're one of those air diet people? No, I'm not on an air diet. I wish I could eat. I keep thinking to myself, what if I walk down to the store after streaming, get some food for myself? And then I'm like, no, just wait for dinner. Oh, you don't know. You're asking. Oh, I understand. I understand. I thought you were spitting facts. We were reading a story. Why are y'all so good at distracting me? What the hell? I went on a tangent about French toast and Monte Cristo sandwiches. What is this stream? Hence the question mark. Instead of eggs, I use milk, vanilla extract, nutmeg, cinnamon, and powdered sugar. It's the bomb for like what you dredge the bread in. No eggs though. Why? I use a little bit of milk in my French toast even when I use eggs. I love me that like slight eggy taste you get on the edge of the bread. That's just good. Chat's feeling chatty today. Chat, I need you to lean in. I need you to lean in close. I need you to lean in very close to me. Very close, very close, very close.
Maddie, I'm not sure I like storytelling streams because chat is so quiet.
Shut up. So, chat, this is... I need you to lean in very carefully and listen. So, I love these voice acting streams. They're a lot of fun. When I say things like, oh, chat's distracting me, that's what I fucking want. That's what I want. I want chat to distract me. I want y'all to yap your little butts off. I want you to be saying the most inane shit that distracts me. This is a vaguely disguised just chatting stream. Every stream is. I want your beautiful words to go into my eyeballs. That's all I want. That's all I want. And I'm gone. I'm tiny. Hello. I'm inside of chat.
Maddie today, goddammit, chat. I'm trying to read a story. Stop distracting me.
Yeah, it's like the tsundere. I'm being tsundere. Stop distracting me, Baka. Are you flirting with chat today? No, I'm not flirting with chat. No. Well, maybe a little. Maybe a little flirting. Bring out the Mommy Maddie voice. You want me to be a little Mommy Maddie voice today, chat? Huh? How you doing, cuties? Little chat mommies and daddies. You want us to use our words into your big, beautiful eyeball. Exactly. Oh, did I not? Oh, I didn't see the redeem. I'm so sorry. Which one is it? Feminine?
Arara?
You degenerates. Oh, I realize I can't lean into the mics because then... Oh, okay.
Arara?
You degenerates. I love the VTuber. It's so good. I love it so much. She's so pretty. Amanda worked so hard on designing her. Obviously, you know, she had the toolbox. We bought the customizable model, but she did all the designing of it, and it looks so pretty. I love her. Save it for blonde blazer, Baka. I do be flirting, and I'm not gonna say. Wow, I almost said something horrid. Cover your ears if you don't want to hear a horrid joke. I be flirting, and then we be squirting. You know what I'm saying? Amanda does good work. She does. There's a reason I asked her to do the model, like designing it art-wise, because Amanda has an eye for this shit. I mean, all of the, you see the little slimes next to your names? Those slimes, Amanda made them. They're all pixel art that she made. She made little pixel art slimes for you guys. I don't know. I know I told you this when I first revealed them, but yeah, all the sub badges are little pixel arts that Amanda made. All right, we're going to get back to the story. For those of you who just came in, very quick synopsis. I will not bore you for people who've been here. Guy and a wife, cabin in a woods. Wife sleepwalking and talking. Something's invading her dreams. People are outside talking. They're probably skinwalkers. They're learning to imitate humans. In fact, they're learning to imitate their family members. And they're copying voices that they haven't heard before, like the protagonist's mother. So they're in your head. Now, the wife is fully possessed. She's back in California. The guy, the husband, has returned to the cabin, and now he is having his voice being copied. That's the full story so far. All right, we're gonna get back into it. Let's fucking go. Also, Kai, I think I said hi to you earlier, but hi again if I didn't. The sound of my own voice making these horrific noises and phrases set every inch of my skin on fire. I can hardly describe the physical sensation of fright this intense. It was almost like having a bad fever, hot and cold and wet and sticky all at the same time. Hey yo, me too. I shouted for it to leave and said I was armed. I considered firing off a round, but that's a decision you can't take back. And my number one rule is to only fire when I'm certain. You're from California. You never fired a gun. Jesus. Certain I've got a target and a clear reason. I'm proud to say that I can use my voice a lot better than whatever it was that mimicked me. I'm a soft-spoken guy, but I came down like a fucking hurricane screaming, "I'll fucking kill you!" He replied simply, in a softer tone of my own voice,
"I'll fucking kill you."
Then it went back to babbling gibberish and knocking politely at the door over and over and over. After another minute or two, it suddenly stopped. The last thing it said was,
"I know where she is."
Then it kicked the door, and I mean harder than any human could possibly kick a door, and ran off. The boom was so loud I couldn't believe the door didn't implode on its frame. The person or thing bounded off down the wooden patio and off into the snow. I swear on my life and honor, it sounded like a horse or some other huge four-legged animal charging off into the woods. A child's laughter rang out, and everything was silent. Been looking to getting a customizable model. You can't rig to save my life or have the money. You should use mine. The link for it, I believe, is in the description of my YouTube video, but what it's named is in the panels below. This model was only like $140. Took a long time getting it customized, but seriously, it was only $140 for this. It's crazy. Yeah, I'd love to see a picture of your model too. Needless to say, I remained in a cat-like state of delirious paranoia for the rest of the night. The storm picked back up, and I did not hear anything else. Spent the whole night debating whether the thing at the door was talking about Faye. No shit, dude! Yeah, of course it was talking about Faye, you idiot! I tried to convince myself that it was just yammering more nonsense like all the voices I've heard up here. But the way it spoke, that sentence, haunts me even now as I write this. Its voice, my voice, was purposeful and restrained. It chose the words carefully, and it knew exactly what to say. I've been thinking a lot about what Redditors have been saying about Faye being some kind of doppelganger. But when I first saw the nude woman on my car, I thought it was a trick to lure me into the woods where the voices lie. I thought the real Faye stopped me from leaving the cabin, but many of you have pointed out that the reverse would be entirely possible. Given how the Faye I took home to California is behaving, and given how she failed all of my tests, and given how her engagement ring has been missing since we got home. So I sat there for hours, considering whether I should go out into the woods during broad daylight to search for my fiancé. Of course, it's a stupid idea, but now I understand why people in horror movies do idiotic things. I'm not looking for her or for answers. Why am I here? I need to know what I saw that day in the driveway. I need to know if there are many voices or just one, and I need to know how to get all this back to normal. I listened to music on my iPod and desperately tried to distract myself by reading news articles online until daybreak. Most of them wouldn't load, because the gods of internet have cursed this cabin. Around 4 a.m., I got up to get some food from the kitchen, and I opened the window curtain a tiny bit to see if anything was going on outside. A ton of snow had fallen. At the rim of the forest, dozens of yards out, I could see a distant figure standing perfectly still in the moonlight. He was facing away, staring off into the darkness of the woods. I checked on him every 20 minutes since then. He never moved. When the sun rose at 6:15 a.m., he was gone. I never saw his face. It's your face, bud. He's wearing your face. Guarantee he's wearing your face. And, I also had the Fae is a doppelganger idea, so it's looking like that may come true. Maybe. Today, the ranger and his two buddies came to the cabin as promised. They were instantly likable and warm. One of them, T-Way. One of them, T-Way, is a medicine man in his 60s and was especially cool. The other was this... Yo, T-Way is cool as fuck, bro. T-Way knows his shit. T-Way brought me that sick pipe smoke. T-Way and I passed that peace pipe, you know what I'm saying? God damn. This guy is so weird. Not the author, to be clear. The character can be written as a weird person and the author not be weird. I want to make that certain. The author has made a great story. The main character is just a fucking idiot. Caffeine. And I have been cutting down, Neo. I've been cutting down caffeine. Not much as I should, but I've been cutting it down. I read that. One of them, T-Way, is a medicine man in his 60s and was especially cool. The other was his son, Nathan, who was probably just a few years older than me. They told me all kinds of interesting lore about Pikes Peak and surrounding areas, and then proceeded to tell me a disturbing story that they believe explains the strange activity on the mountain. For the sake of brevity, I'll relay this in my next post. What the fuck? I want to know now! What do you mean? The ranger gave me one of his facility satellite phones to stay in contact with him in case of emergencies. I used it to call Faye, but she didn't answer. I called Jason and Richard, who are presently caring for her. Apparently, Faye had become inexplicably outraged after taking a shower. Yeah, maybe because there was fucking holy water in her shampoo. Threw an enormous tantrum and locked herself in our bedroom. She refused to eat for the rest of the night. Allison and Jason slept in the guest room, and Richard slept on our couch downstairs and worked late on his commissions. He's a digital artist. Okay, so chat, I have multiple goals now that I'm a VTuber, right? My first main goal is to consistently upload YouTube shorts and videos. That's my first goal. My long-term goal is to get my own model, obviously. That isn't, one of these premium ones. But one of the things that is a goal I have that's kind of like when I have spare money, I want to commission art of this character. I have, my profile picture made. which is so cute. And then Spade is currently doing our stream starting soon / BRB screen. And I don't know when that will be done, but it's coming soon. So that's been commissioned. But after that, I would love to have art of my girl. Of me, I guess? How exciting. I know! I got the BRB screen, because right now it looks like this. Which, that's my Final Fantasy XIV character. You know? Doesn't make much sense anymore. Alright. Back to the story. Allison and Jason. Allison and Jason slept in the guest room, and Richard slept on our couch downstairs and worked late on his commissions. He's a digital artist. He told me that around 1 a.m., the same time I had my visitor, Faye ran downstairs into the kitchen, eyes closed, and started drinking out of the sink faucet. Then turned around and stared, eyes still shut, at Richard while he sat at the breakfast table. She said, "Felix?" To which he replied, "He's in Colorado, Faye. Remember? We sent him there to die." Then she sat down right there on the kitchen tiles and went back to sleep. I've instructed my friends only to wake Faye if she does anything serious, so they observed my rules and got her back in bed without much of an issue. For all the crazy shit Faye does in her sleep, at least she never gets violent. The guys put her back to bed easily enough. The next day, Allison bailed on the whole project. She said that she was awake all night listening to Faye whispering through the wall. Faye told Allison about how there was a man in the house. He was asking about her. Oh no! Oh no, is this possession gonna spread to their friends? Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. God, it's like an infection. It's like it's seeping out into people. Like Faye is some sort of like ground zero for an infection. This is so cool. The premise of this story is so neat. My flight home is the day after tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to figure all this shit out real quick. I'm gonna take a nap. It's nice and bright outside. No voices. Good night. As soon as I get home, I'll put up the Faye video. I know I keep saying this, but I really did not expect to suddenly return to Colorado. I swear I'll put it up, and then that will be the end of it. I resent myself for turning this into such a long, ridiculous blog of my experiences. Okay, bud. Bro, you are kicking ass with this story. Don't be regretting posting nothing. This is great. Part 8! Also, there's 16 parts. I really don't know how we can get 16 parts from this. Like, it feels like the story's almost over. I need that stuff. I might throw something together in MS Paint for the scuff. My character concept is literally a 2016 character that fell into a portal and landed in 2016. Oh no! Oh no, not... You skipped so much of the bad stuff. Oh no, that means that you're gonna have to learn all about all of it. What do you mean, pandemic? My entire personality is driven by nostalgia and making people nostalgic. Part of nostalgia is scuff that came with it. That's very cute. I like that idea. Is your idea to play like a bunch of the older games and do stuff like that? Like, title it something like, I've never played X game, like an old game, like Final Fantasy 1. Like, I've never played Final Fantasy 1. Or Final Fantasy 1 in the year 2026. Is it still good? That kind of stuff? Oh, RAR XD type of stuff. Oh, ooh, glomps you. Holy shit. I guess I meant what your content's gonna be, you know? But, ooh, RAR XD glomps you. Jesus Christ. Oh, not the Tumblrisms. All right. Part 8. Right? Part 8? Part 8! My first night back at the cabin was the most terrifying experience of my life. You can read about it here if you haven't. The next morning, Wednesday, the ranger showed up with his friends, T-Way, I remembered it, a Pueblo medicine man, and his adult son, Nathan. These people are amazing. They're instantly likable and sympathetic to my situation. I mentioned them in a tiny update in my last post, but here's what happened. Lore and legends. T-Way is an incredible storyteller. He told me that Pikes Peak and the surrounding area was inhabited by the Ute. Manitao, Arapaho, Pueblo, Anasazi, and other native... Anasazi? Anasazi. Let's try that from the beginning. Tiwe is an incredible storyteller. He told me that Pikes Peak and the surrounding area was inhabited by the Ute, Manito, Arapaho, Pueblo, Anasazi, and other Native American groups at various times. Tell me in the comments if I messed any of that up. If I messed any of those names up, please correct me in the comments. Also, chat, we have an ad break coming up in 50 seconds. I am unable to stop it. Twitch makes me run them. So if you want to avoid ads and support me, see if you have a Prime sub. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to one streamer a month for free. If you don't use it, you lose it. So just click subscribe, scroll down. If it says subscribe for free, do it. I won't ask for gifties. I won't ask for people to, purchase subs. It's hard this time of year, just after Christmas. So if you have a free sub, toss it my way. Otherwise, I'll see you back in a couple minutes. Mwah. In the 1860s, when the gold rush was in full swing, Native Americans, many Indians were violently displaced because of their mining operations there. They were torn away from their sacred lands, which was catastrophic to their cultures. Bro learning about the Trail of Tears or some shit? bro learning about the Trail of Tears in what, 2014 was this? 2016. Bro's like, wow, there were Native Americans back then? As far as the content goes, it's a mixed pot of singing, gaming. Singing? You're a singer? That's so cute, yes! And just living up to the nostalgia. Also, I'll see you after ad jail. 07. I need toggles for my arms. Tiwe stressed that historically, Americans have not understood the significance of the land. The natives... Can't talk? I've been reading for 2.5 hours. Give me a break. Tiwe stressed that historically, Americans have not understood the significance of land and names to Native Americans, and this is critical to understanding the supernatural presence on the mountain. The major world religions like Christianity and Hinduism and Islam are universal. They can be practiced anywhere. You can pick up your whole life and move to Kentucky or Scotland or Istanbul, and you'll still be wherever religion you are. Your God still hears your prayers. He still intervenes in your life. But Native Americans practice land-based religions. The land they inhabit is a part of their creation stories. It's not that the land belongs to them, it's that they belong to the land, and both are in a symbiotic relationship with one another. History is embedded in the landscape. A person is reminded of specific lessons and wisdom when they see a part of the land. The mouth of this river has a story attached to it. That fallen tree has a story attached to it. A battle was won here. A chief died there. Peace was made between tribes with a feast here. When a native group is forced out of its homeland, the people lose their history. What's worse, they leave behind the places where their dead are buried. I called it! A Native American burial ground! I called it! At the start of it, I claimed. Wait, the ad is 6 minutes? It should only be 3 minutes total. Are my ad settings fucked up? Sorry, give me a second, chat. I really don't want ads to be running more than they should be, That's fucked up for y'all. I put ads on the minimum that they require. Yeah, 3 minutes per hour. Okay. Run a 3-minute ad break every 60 minutes. Yeah, what the heck? What the hell? It should that should not be happening. Bullshit. Well, hey, back to the story, I guess. You survived? Oh, are you back from ads already? Hell yeah. Where were we? Since the dead are bound to that place, the Native Americans, the Indians who left no longer have spiritual connections to their ancestors and thus to their gods. The medicines and magic no longer work. They forget the names of sacred places. As the names and history and wisdom are forgotten, the tribe's spiritual power evaporates. You lived! Welcome back! Yeah, I don't know why you got a 6-minute ad. It's supposed to be only 3 minutes per hour, the minimum Twitch requires. Tiwei said that Pikes Peak was taken. A group of disgruntled Utes descended on the miners and slaughtered a bunch of them. Because of a complex network of alliances and peace treaties, these Utes were punished by another tribe. They dug holes in the ground and slit the Utes' throats. Then they buried them upside down in the holes, with their legs sticking out of the ground, so that wolves would feast on their calves. That's horrible! I hate that! That was supposed to be the end of it, but then something else happened. Legend says that these dead Utes arose from the tainted ground one night. Because their flesh had been flayed from the hips down, they looked like walking skeletons. They hobbled into the Arapo camps and took women and children back to the mountains. They forced them deep into one of the mines, never to leave again. The howls of women and children had been... Ah!
The floor is lava in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Did you win?
Actually, yes. I already have one leg on my chair, so I just lifted the other one up. I'm now sitting cross-legged. Oh, I'm sitting Native American style. Jesus Christ. I'm too white to say shit like that. They forced them deep into one of the mines, never to leave again. The howls of women and children have been reported on the mountain for over 100 years now. The Utes and Arapo engaged in bloody feuds, sometimes called mourning wars, for years over this. They exchanged curses, executed and skinned and tortured each other. They stained the once sacred earth on Pikes Peak with rivers of blood. Ooh, I was so right. It's a Native American burial ground. Site of wars. I like to screw around with TTS, as you should. TTS deserves to be screwed around with. I love the text-to-speech. I'm trying to figure out, I have a little slime model. I call my viewers my little slimes. I'm trying to get a little slime to replace the cat for text-to-speech, but I don't know how to do that. I have zero technology in my brain. All I have in my brain is cute women. That's all I got up there. I was pretty mortified by this story. I just kind of sat there with the ranger while Tiwei and Nathan blazed the cabin. While Tiwei and Nathan blessed the cabin, they burned sage and tobacco inside and outside, and used crushed herb dust to cover their hands. They made a handprint on every window and drew small symbols in ash at the top of the front door inside and the outhouse. And out. Oh, I can't talk. They made a handprint on every window and drew small symbols in ash at the top of the front door inside and outside. They gave me bundled sage, cedar, and hawthorn and told me to burn it if anyone tried to get inside. It drives bad spirits insane. Like how his fucking wife is insane. Then they provided me with small pouches filled with herbs and blessed objects to wear around my neck and in my pockets whenever I went outside. Nathan gave me a totem that he wears around his neck and told me to give it to Faye. Then they sang a really incredible chant in their language. It lasted about 15 minutes. I was blown away. Fucking love these guys. Bro's like discovering non-white culture for the first time. It's like, whoa, they did like a chant for 15 minutes and they had like all this cool sage stuff. Whoa. Bro, I can tell you're from Cali, Bo. I can tell you're from Cali. Then we went outside. I showed them the Dreamcatcher, and they told me that they never had seen anything like it. Dreamcatcher is made with 3 branches woven together with hair. Like a triangle? And it has old yarn or wool string with glass beads crisscrossing the center in a pattern. It's old. Handmade. Tiwei told me not to touch it or move it. If you find an object of power, and you don't know who made it or what it protects, you should leave it alone. I asked him if it could be evil, and he said, maybe. I got them up to speed on everything that's happened. I said a lot of my friends, Redditors, but I didn't explain that. Oh, shit! Damn, this guy gets more cringe. He's calling Redditors his friends. Yeah, my Redditors, my Reddit commenters are my friends. Meanwhile, I say my chat is my friends. I'm equally as cringe. Let's see. I said that a lot of my friends, Redditors, but I didn't explain that, suspected that Faye at my house in California was a duplicate, and that the real Faye was somewhere in the woods. T-Way and Nathan disagreed with each other on whether that could be, but we searched the woods looking for signs of my Faye. Found nothing. I told them about the missing ring, and they said exactly what many Redditors have said. If Faye loved the ring, and it was powerfully symbolic to her, it could be used by any bad spirit to harm her. Told me to find it at all costs. They also told me that if Faye indeed were still here in the mountain, she was certainly dead. Ba, ba, ba. I think Faye. Oh, let's see. I'm going to go with the duplicate theory. I'm not going to stop my duplicate theory. I think the Faye in Cali is, in fact, a duplicate, a skinwalker. And I think that the real Faye is still in the house somehow. I think she's still somewhere in the cabin. That's my thought. That's my thought. I'm a thought. And the moment we've all been waiting for. T-Way named the creature that was tormenting us. He said his people call it Atan Ano Tog... Atan Ano Tog... Togkua. Atan Ano Togkua. Atan Ano Togkua. Togkua. I'm getting this. Atan. Aan. Togkua. Atan An Togkua. Probably not even close. But I tried. Or the imposter. Bad spirits inhabit the land everywhere, and sometimes they get the opportunity to use a tragedy like the Pikes Peak Massacre to commandeer a human figure and walk the earth, partly mortal. In the case of the imposter, they collect animal and human parts piecemeal wherever they can and stitch them together. This is why they walk strangely, vocalize strangely, and why they never show their faces or come out during the day. They cannot pass for humans. I asked T-Way why I always see someone facing away from me at the edge of the forest, and he said it was because it does not want me to know its identity. But eventually, the imposter would come from me, wearing Faye's skin and teeth and hair, and try to convince me that it was her. When I asked him what it wanted, he said, "Nobody knows." He also told me that there is power in names. That's why he keeps asking names. I love the idea that names have power. It's one of my favorite magic systems. He told me that there is power in names, and many Redditors have stated that I should not speak its name, especially not to it, because that could provoke it. Of the voices I was hearing in the forest every night, T-Way said, "They practice what they hear for decades. It makes it easier for them to hunt." The freaky shit. T-Way, Nathan, and the ranger left at sunset. I spent the rest of the evening thinking about all of this, and I think I figured a lot of things out. Around 9 p.m., something disturbing happened. I used the satellite phone the ranger gave me to call Faye. She actually answered and was just lying in bed reading. We had a great conversation. I told her I missed her so much, and I was up here trying to solve what was happening. I told her I wanted to have a family with her. That's weird. What a weird thing to bring up. Okay. I told her I wanted to have a family with her. She said that she was feeling better and had actually gone a whole night without sleepwalking or terrifying Jason and Richard, my buddies who are looking after her while I'm in Colorado. After about 15 minutes of talking, I started hearing sounds outside. I heard footsteps crunching in the dry snow, and I heard a voice. My voice. It said things like, "Flight, insomnia, miss you, see you soon." The thing had been standing near the window, mimicking my conversation with Faye. I told Faye I'd call her back and hung up the phone, then went silent. The thing walked around the cabin slowly, trying to figure out if I had moved, and kept mumbling and repeating a few phrases as it went. Finally, it came and knocked on the door. Its knock was gentle, just like last night. I was a little bit less scared because of the blessings T-Way had put on the cabin, but I still held onto the gun, just in case any shit went down. He spoke to me in my own voice, and the first thing he said was,
The hole will fill with snow and blood.
I probably cut out.
The hole will fill with snow and blood.
So yeah, that amped up my fear quite a bit. Every hair on my back and my neck bristled. Do you know the feeling of being so scared that your vision turns hyper real? Everything looks like a realistic video game, so everything just looks slightly off. Then it knocked again and said,
Hello? May I come in?
I simply said, No, leave. Then it knocked for another 30 seconds or so.
What's your name? Hello?
I lied and said, My name's Daniel. Now leave. You can't come in. The thing started knocking harder. A lot harder. Non-stop, and said,
What's your name? What's your name?
It was terrifying to hear my voice coming from the other side of the door and to hear rage building in that voice. My name's Daniel. But the thing just kept yammering and asking the same question.
What's your name? What's your name? Take that rental car. You go up in the trees, the hole, down the hole. What's your name? May I know your name?
Then I had an idea. I'm really good with fake accents. And when I was a child, my first language was German. Da, German boy. No, little German boy, don't go into the weed cave. Oh my God, das ist ein cave full of Blutsmoken. Oh God, all my knocking made my camera shift, so it stopped tracking me. I was a child and my first language was German. Then I had an idea. I'm really good with fake accents. And when I was a child, my first language was German. Dad immigrated to Boston and met my mom. I started speaking in a thick accent, talking about my day, and started shouting in German. I recited a poem I know by Heisman Hers. Die Frauen wollen Raven tragen. My visitor went silent and stopped knocking. I could tell it was just listening. So then I started shouting in a British accent, reciting the lines for V for Vendetta, my favorite film of all time. I shouted, Thank you, arigato, in every language I know. I once committed to learning it in 100 languages and stopped around 20. That's so me. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to commit to something and then do like a third of it. Well, I guess that's a fifth of it. Doing like a fifth of it and being like, I'm done. My unwanted guest just sort of stammered a little bit, trying to mimic me, but failed to do so. I was no longer speaking in any recognizable pattern or tone. Eventually, it just started growling the sounds Faye and I had heard in the forest when I first stayed in the cabin. Watch you, wool my. Started scratching and pounding at the door. Watch you, wool my. I grabbed the sage bundle and torched it with my lighter, then waved it all around the door frame. I don't know if the thing outside could smell it, but it walked off the porch, all pissed off, growling, and went off into the night. This time, I ran to the window and tried to get a glimpse of it. But all I could see was a very dark, amorphous form disappearing into the trees. Hopefully all that knocking and talking came through and was creepy and cool, and hopefully my mic didn't cut all of it out. If it did, oops. Actually, no, let's have some water before I go again. When you're voice acting, always make sure to hydrate with water that is not cold. You want to have it around room temperature. You don't want warm water or cold water while you're voice acting. You want around room temperature water, because the cold or warm water could stress out your vocal cords. Delicious. I think I figured out a lot of stuff. I think this entity is mimicking me because it's going to try to convince Faye that it's me. It's rehearsing my voice, then whispering to Faye while she sleeps, talking to her in her dreams, trying to get her to let it inside our house. It wants to convince her that I am the imposter, not it. I think I also figured out why the voices go crazy at night and why they're getting closer to my home. These fuckers aren't trying to scare me. They're trying to deprive me of sleep. If I'm psychologically and emotionally drained, I'm weaker. If I'm delirious, I'll make a mistake. Their or his attempts to get me will be made easier. I'm still trying to figure out how controlling Faye like a puppet in her sleep plays into all of this. I know what I saw. There was a man standing outside of our house, walking the exact same creepy way Faye was sleepwalking, at the exact same time. I'm also still considering the possibility that I already made a terrible mistake, and that the imposter already won. When I went outside the first night at the cabin with Faye, trying to see where the voices were coming from, I left the door unlocked. UN Franbutt said that was the moment that Faye was replaced by something else. I just don't know what to think, but for now, I'm going fuck to sleep. Update 4:30. Well, I found the ring. Ooh, what a good way to end the chapter! I didn't realize that when he went outside, he didn't lock the door. That makes sense because he was just running out. He let it in. It's his fault. Oh no. All right, part 9. Part 9. We are over halfway through the story. I don't think we're going to be able to finish the full story today, but we always have next week, you know? Part 9. Update 5-2. I'm out of the cabin and safe. Do not go to Pikes Peak looking for... I'm out of the cabin and safe. Do not go to Pikes Peak looking to be a hero, looking to find the mines, or looking for me. You will die. Avalanches, radon gas, mine collapses. Do not be a fool. I took down the photo of Faye because someone started sending me creepy messages about it. I should have known better. Someone gilded another one of my posts. Thanks very much. Okay. There are so many new developments, it's hard to figure out how to cram it all into a 3,000-word no-sleep post. The morning after I spoke with my fiancée, Faye, on the satellite phone, and then was visited by the thing that mimics our voices, I got a call from Richard and Jason. In case you don't remember, they're my 2 best friends, and they're staying at my place and taking care of Faye while I'm gone. They're the only people I trust. Richard stays up very late and sleeps in the morning, kind of like what I'm doing now. Actually, give me a second, chat. I got a text from my wife. There we go. Richard stays up late and sleeps in the morning, kind of like what I'm doing now. He does this for 2 reasons. To work on his art commissions, and to make sure Faye doesn't stab everyone to death and burn the house down in her sleep. The guys report that she's behaving quite normally and feeling good, being productive during the day. But then at night, she's unpredictable and weird. I feel like her soul is being cleaved in half. The 2 distinct sets of behavior are drifting farther from each other every night. Around 1 a.m. that night, Richard heard the voice of a young child mumbling incoherently. He's up to speed on all the unusual experiences that have plagued my fiancé and me, so he immediately got up to investigate. He looked out the kitchen window, which faces the same part of the forest where I saw that man mimicking Faye's sleepwalking movements. Richard didn't find anything, so we walked in a circle around the house and realized that the sound was coming from our bedroom window. We went inside and woke Jason up, and they stood outside the bedroom door, listening. They claimed they heard the distinct sound of a child whispering and singing, and I bet you can guess which song. Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do. The song Faye and I heard outside of the cabin on our second night, sung in a child's voice. Both these dudes are super ripped climbing enthusiasts. Yo, both my friends are ripped as fuck, man. Both of them are shredded. And they said they had never been so creeped out in their entire lives. Jason knocked on the door and said, Faye, who's in there? And she probably heard the child go, shh. That doesn't show up. Shush, shush. I can't shush into my mic. It doesn't pick it up. If I get really close. Shh. There we go. Okay. Shh. Shh. Hopefully that comes through. I have no idea. And whispered something inaudible. Richard pushed the door open and said that Faye was standing in the corner of the room, in the dark, facing the wall. She was standing up on her toes, dragging her hands and nails down the wall and talking to herself. With her back turned to the guys, she said, "Oh, their skin is so perfect. Which one? Which one? Put him down in the hole." Richard saw something out the window and hurried over to it. Jason stepped inside the room and reached out to put a hand on Faye's shoulder, but she whirled around quickly and covered her face with her hands. Her eyes were open, which is unusual for her when she sleepwalks. Then, and these are the exact words Jason used, she started speaking in the voice of a little kid. She made whining and crying sounds and rocked back and forth on her feet, cradling her arms as though she held a child. Then she turned around and started scratching at the wall again, still whispering in the kid's voice, saying things like, "It's Faye. I can't see you. Are you up in the trees or down in the hole?" Then she started singing again. Richard ran down the stairs and out the front door, barreling toward the tree line. From the window, he had seen a small child walking around on its tippy toes. Hey, just like me! Autistic, let's go! Flailing his arms up in the air. On the phone, he told me he could hear it singing while he watched from the window. When Richard got about 20 yards away from the kid, it took off running on the balls of its feet. 20 yards is how far it is from their house to the tree line. I wonder if that's significant. It took off running on the balls of its feet, heading straight into the trees. Richard stayed in pursuit and went after it. It was too dark for him to follow, and he lost the kid after a few moments. He wandered around for a few minutes, searching the area, and eventually heard the voice of an adult male. Richard says he walked a few steps closer into the grove and saw a huge man standing 30 feet away, completely naked, looking up into the trees. There were lacerations or dark pockmarks of some sort all over his body. Now, Richard's about 6'1", 210 pounds, and bulky, muscular. This guy is horny for his friends. Richard's rippling muscle. And he said this dude was way bigger than him. He said the man was perfectly still for several seconds, but then started rolling his head around, cracking his neck loudly, started making gurgling and mumbling noises. I guess Rich was paralyzed with fear because he claims he stood there for an entire minute or more before running like hell back to the house. As he turned to get out of there, the man let out a long, "Hello?" And as he did, his voice transformed. It became my voice. Richard said the thing in the woods called out with my voice several times as he fled, wailing, "Please help me," and "They're going to kill me tonight." Jason says he did not hear or see anything out of the window, only Richard running back inside, ghost white with terror. He said Richard actually cried while they talked in the living room. Faye sat at the top of the stairs, just watching, wide awake, a little smile on her face. The next morning, they took her to a psychiatric appointment, the first she'd ever had, and I will hopefully hear back on that soon. It kills me that I'm not there with her now. I'm still stuck at Pikes Peak. It's like this place doesn't want me to leave. The ranger station shut down the entire road network on the mountain because of the huge blizzard that rolled in, and there are avalanche warnings. My road out of here is completely iced over, and one part of it has a snow collapse / mini avalanche. Shut up, I'm from California, where God pays attention. This bro cannot hang. I'm in contact with the ranger. His name is Greg, just like Faye's dad, so that's why I avoid referring to him by name in these updates. And he assures me that they're working on getting the roads cleared every time it stops snowing. I missed my flight, but thankfully they gave me a voucher, so now I can just roll into the airport whenever I can. I have enough food to feed an army, and the electricity here is surprisingly reliable, so I'm warm. The Wi-Fi dips out 5 to 10 hours at a time, though. I'm working on Donkey Kong Country 2 and Secret of Mana. Damn! Never mind, he can hang. Secret of Mana slaps. And Secret of Mana on the SNES and writing about my experiences here in my spare time. I also slipped on the icy port steps and fell on my side, so I've got an enormous bruise and it hurts like a bitch. But only when I breathe, so I got that going for me. Sweet Rose Marie asked me if the cabin had a basement, and I never thought to check. You never thought to check if there was a basement in the goddamn house. Are you kidding me? This guy sucks. Oh, my wife may be possessed. I'm not going to check the house. Does California not have basements or something? Like, I know parts of the country, because of the water line, they can't have basements. But, like, everyone's got a basement up in the Northeast. Outside, under the snowpack and halfway covered with old chopped wood, I found a little locked door, the key within the kitchen cupboard, and it turns out there's a decent-sized cellar under the house. Down inside, I found a ton of creepy shit. There's a bundle of long black hair, several dozen jars of some rotten mutant-looking shit, and tons of old books from the 60s and 70s, and a lot of porno magazines. Damn. You know what? Hey, turn off Donkey Kong 2 and Secret of Mana. You got some new entertainment. There are a lot of sticks and yarn, all of the material necessary to make a dream catcher like the one hanging at the tree line behind the cabin. I didn't touch anything, just noped straight out of there. Hey, there's that noped again. I've been thinking about something. What? Wait time is lame. I've been thinking about something that Wait Time is Lame said to me the other day, which was, have you considered that it's not a dream catcher at all? And he's right. I'm not an expert on Native American symbology or artifacts. It just looks kind of like a dream catcher to me. So I've been calling it one all this time. Tiwe, the Pueblo friend of the ranger, didn't call it that. He said just to leave it alone. I'm wondering if that thing attracts the imposter instead of keeping it away. It could mark the house. I kind of want to move it for one night to see what happens. After all, Tiwe blessed the entire cabin, so I feel quite safe. And I have a 357 Magnum in case leaves don't protect me. Brother, okay. Chekhov's gun says that if there's a gun, it needs to be fired by the end of the story. Will this Magnum ever be fired? And, more importantly, will it do anything? I have a feeling that this Magnum is not going to do a thing. About 9:30 a.m., there was a knock on the door. I grabbed the gun, expecting another encounter with the imposter. It was slightly snowing and gloomy, so I figured that... Oh, I see that.
I've decided to use TTS to announce that I've sneezed.
Oh.
And not one in real
Congrats.
life said bless you all, so I'm desperate for someone to say bless you, Loy.
Okay, I can do that, but I'll do it in French. Atiswe. Atiswe. I learned that from my French friend. Atiswe. It was lightly snowing and gloomy, so I figured the sun was blocked enough that the creature would be willing to come out of the woods. But then, I heard a familiar voice, talking cheerfully. I looked at the window, and my total surprise, it was Tiwe and his son Nathan. These badass motherfuckers had hiked up from the ranger station in the snow to check on me. I let them in, and they made me tea. I cannot tell you how happy I was to see them. Why, thank you. You're welcome. You're hashtag blessed. Tiwe brought me his own dream catcher. It was one he made specifically for me. Oh, I'm calling it. He said in the last post, he said that the ring, he found it. He found the ring. I'm calling that his wife's ring is inside the dream catcher. Not the one that he's being given now, but the dream catcher up in the woods. I think that that her ring has been entwined inside the dream catcher, which is what was allowing the skinwalker or whatever you want to call it. It had a name. I forgot what it was. The imposter. Sus. That the dream capture basically is a dream enterer, and with the ring being implanted in it, it's able to access her dreams. That's my thought process. I'm very invested in this story. Yeah, it's good. It's very good. I can see why it's been published and rated as like such a high story. Also, just that's just a theory, a film book theory. Exactly. Thanks for watching. 07 to the GOAT MatPat. I can't believe he's dead. That's what happens when a YouTuber retires, right? It's like you know how like when I go offline, I just cease existing. I kind of just sit in my chair until I go live again. You know, it's like that with it's like that with MatPat. You know, he stopped working in the videos and now he just doesn't exist anymore. Ba-ba-ba. Where was I at? He's planning to run for president, allegedly. Matt Pat? Really? Okay. Fuck. I know I know a lot of people would vote for him just because they love Matt Pat. Bro is a celebrity. I mean, from everything I've seen, he seems like a good dude. He's been really into politics. Okay. Weird. I'm not. I am the least into politics. I don't watch the news. I don't use social media. I'm in my little bubble. All right, where was I at? I'll just start from the dream catcher. T-Way brought me his own dream catcher. It was one he made specifically for me. He told me that I should hang it beside the creepy one. It's very colorful and ornate. I could tell he spent a lot of time on it. It's even got 2 beautiful hawk feathers dangling from it, which Nathan says represent freedom and unboundedness. My wife has a tattoo on her shoulder that is a wolf paw and 2 crossed hawk feathers. Same, bro. I ignore everything or else I'll cry. Yup. I am extremely fragile, both mentally and physically. And there's literally nothing I can do to stop the world from being bad besides press go live and make some people's days happy. This is the most I can do. I used to do a lot of really good shit before I wasn't allowed to work anymore. Like I spent years working with the public, you know? I helped a lot of people. But now, as disabled as I am, I can barely leave the house. I can leave to go shopping sometimes. That's about it. Hurt myself today. I did hurt myself today. I was oh, my music ended. I was shoveling snow. Shoveling a lot of snow. And my arms are hurting. Let's see. He reiterated the importance of finding the engagement ring Faye had lost and blessed the house again. I tried to get them to stay longer, but they had to get back down the mountain before the storm picked up, and told me I should come with them. We all knew I wouldn't. If I left with them, I'd be leaving Greg's truck, and I'd never have found what I came back for. I said goodbye to T-Way. I said goodbye, and T-Way hugged me. I wish that guy was my grandpa. I took a nap after they left. I figured out how to sleep without being interrupted by the goddamn voices in the forest. From 6 a.m. to 3 p.m., it's pretty quiet outside. I nap on and off, but something really bad happened this time. I woke up opening the bathroom window. I've never sleepwalked before in my entire life. Faye's been sleeping next to me for 5 years, and she says I don't move. I don't speak, I don't snore, I don't steal sheets. I'm the most polite bed buddy on earth, but when I came to, I was standing next to the toilet, both hands prying the frozen window open. It was about 2 inches up, and the freezing cold wind on my fingers is what woke me up. I slammed it shut and checked all the windows, ensuring that they were locked and sealed tight. Then I went back to bed. I dragged one of the living room chairs into the bedroom with me and propped it against the door so that I'd knock it over if I got up again. This did not work. At around 1 p.m., I woke up standing at the front door and found myself pulling it open. The loud groans that issued were what snapped me out of my stupor. I slammed the door shut and looked out the window next to it, praying nothing was out there waiting for me at the tree line. I saw nothing. Then I remembered I had a dream. Images of a huge hole carved into the mountain surface in my mind. Snow and branches were caked all around the mouth of the entrance, and an impossible, yawning blackness emanated from within. In the dream, I just kind of stood there, gazing into the vacant face of the deep, listening to Faye's weakening cries. I sat down on the couch and sort of cried for about an hour. My wife just sent me the best picture ever. I wish I could show it to y'all, but I can describe it. She works at a college in the animal department, so she takes care of the animals. and she has a lot of frogs that are being experiments. They're experiments, and they are really stupid, and they're really funny. They're fully aquatic, so they just float around inside the water tanks, and oftentimes they will just stack on top of each other. She has sent me a picture of 5 frogs stacked on top of each other, just doing it casually, just the frog stack. Also, sitting on the couch and crying for half an hour. Base, that's me. I thought about what our lives have become and how bad I missed her. I thought about all of the dreams we have of our future, the things that can never be if I don't figure out how to save her. I thought about all the promises I'll never keep if I die here. I decided it would be the best to hang the dream catcher sooner rather than later. Brother, you didn't hang it up instant. This protagonist makes me want to scream. Are you kidding me? T-Way's like, here's this dream catcher, put it up. And the protagonist is like, I'm not going to do that yet. I'll take a nap first after they leave. What a fucking idiot. God damn it. I decided it would be best to hang the dream catcher sooner rather than later, because the clouds broke for a while and it was fantastically bright out. I got geared up and trudged across the snow with T-Way's gift, and hung out on a branch about 3 feet away from the evil-looking one. And that's when I saw it. Faye's engagement ring. It was dangling right there in front of me as if to tease me. Someone had woven it into the strings of the dream catcher. I fucking called it. That's the wrong toggle. I called it. 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 Yeah. I told you the ring would be in the dream catcher. Let's go. I stood there for a long time, right between the 2 objects. I couldn't figure out if some benevolent force was giving me a break, or if I was being taunted by whatever beings have haunted my footsteps since I arrived on the mountain. Retrieving the ring would require me not only to touch, but destroy the creepy dream catcher. I had the thought to go ask No Sleep what I should do, but I feared that if I left even for 1 second, the ring would be gone when I got back. So, I just tried to solve the riddle by myself. Oh, I wish I brought the satellite phone out there with me. After a few minutes of standing there, I reasoned that T-Way's dream catcher would probably do just as well in protecting me, if in fact that was the function of the original one. I also figured that if it were cursed or something, touching it couldn't actually be worse than leaving the ring there and allowing Faye to be completely consumed by her madness. If the ring has anything to do with the creatures who are controlling Faye and me while I sleep, then getting it back is a priority over not touching weird stuff in the woods. So, that's what I did. I broke the brittle thing apart and took my goddamn ring back. What else could I have done? And, as if on cue, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. It was a person, standing in the snow beside a tree about 20 feet from my left side. I was so scared I didn't look directly at him. I just watched him in my periphery and prayed he hadn't noticed me. It was a man with black and gray hair and dark clothes facing away from me. His head was tilted all the way back. He was looking way up at the tops of the trees. His limbs looked mangled and bent and elongated, even without looking right at him. I slid the ring into my pocket as slowly as I could, trying not to make a sound, and as I did, the man hobbled around and faced me. I really didn't want to look now. I just slammed my eyes shut. I knew he was looking at me. I could feel his gaze on me. He started gurgling and making throaty noises, then said in a voice so threatening I can't even begin to describe it. Felix, I know you. Felix, I know you. Felix, I know you. I know you, Felix, I know you. I know you, Felix. Over and over, I took off running and screaming like a bat out of hell. I screamed all the way back to the fucking cabin. I barricaded the front door with the couch and burned up half the sage I had left. I even prayed. Like an actual prayer. I haven't done that since I was 15 years old. I'm really struggling to write this last part. It's taken me hours to finish this entry because I keep getting up to distract myself. The ranger isn't answering his phone and nobody at the station. Maybe the power's out. I don't know what I did by breaking the dream catcher. I don't know what tonight is going to be like. But Faye, if you ever read this, and if something happens to me, don't forget your tenderness, softened skin. All I needed. Your love is my tourniquet. I have to say this, even though I desperately want it to not be true. The man I just saw was T-Way. Oh no! So wait, did it kill T-Way and wear his skin? Oh fuck, no, it better not have. I love T-Way. I really hope he's just like mimicking him. T-Way's dead. That fucking sucks. I loved T-Way. T-Way did not deserve to die. And chat, we have part 10. I think this is the last of the story I'm going to cover today, and then we'll do the Mystery Unravels next Monday on our next story stream, our next voice acting stream. My throat's getting a little ouchy. We've been streaming for almost 3.5 hours, so I'm going to read this last one, part 10, and then we'll finish up the story next time. Oh, the interview. Did they actually put it up? Oh, the interview. Oh. I was like, oh, we finally get to see a video. Because the last one was also not available. Dang it. Wish there was like a transcript. Part 10. Things have spiraled out of control up here on the mountain. I made a decision that changed everything, and it almost killed me. Only time will tell if it's the right choice to make. But for now, I'm just piecing everything together in my mind and trying to convince myself that I'm one step closer to solving all of this. I destroyed the strange dream catcher that's been dangling off a tree branch behind the cabin since Faye and I first came to this place. Nobody knows who made it, what its purpose is, why it's on the side of a tree facing into the woods rather than the side facing the house. I found all of the supplies to make another one just like it, locked behind a cellar door that someone tried to hide years ago. When I broke the dream catcher, I learned everything I needed to know. T-Way's dead. A lot of people have said otherwise, but I'm certain of this. I saw his likeness stretched over the gruesome form of that thing that stalks these woods. It was broad daylight, and the look on its mangled face told me exactly what I didn't want to accept. I really am all alone. Several Redditors have speculated the thing only shows itself at night and always faces away from me because it cannot convincingly appear human, not with the help of the recently dead. T-Way confirmed this during his first visit to the cabin, but when I destroyed the dream catcher, there it was, proudly masquerading in the skin and hair of my best friend on this mountain, in the sunlight no less. I cannot even imagine how his son Nathan must feel if he's even alive. The two hiked back to the ranger station from the cabin, knowing a blizzard was coming. I'm sure that's when T-Way died. When I got back inside the cabin, I completely lost it. I barricaded the door. Oh, one sec. Text from the wife. Yeah, we're good. She's coming home at a normal time. She's not snowed in. When I got back inside the cabin, I completely lost it. I barricaded the door and the windows with every piece of furniture I could, but there just isn't enough stuff inside the little cabin to protect me. So I sat there on the floor against the bed, clutching the gun, short of wishing my dark visitor would come and kill me already. But, of course, this is Pike's Peak. Death is not the worst thing that can happen to you here. The mountain kept fucking with me. It was getting dark, and I was on the verge of a total psychological break. I've been running on 4 hours of sleep per night and a few naps for the past 2 weeks. My only hope for redemption just got turned into a puppet, and I was about to find out what happens come nightfall when the Dreamcatcher no longer functions. So what did my brain decide was the best course of action at this point? To fall asleep. Somehow I nodded off. In fact, I think my brain just did a hard reset, because nothing about that sleep was restful. I just went into a fear coma the minute the sun dipped behind the mountain. Then I woke up. I was in bed, with the sheets pulled up over me. The lights were off. All of them. And my hands were empty. And before they held Greg's .357 Magnum. When I opened my eyes, I suppose it was possible that I climbed into bed myself. After all, I caught myself sleepwalking twice the day before. But it took me a solid minute before I realized there was a fucking arm wrapped around my chest. I did not have the reaction you'd expect. Most people would have fly out of bed screaming bloody murder, but the first thought I had was, where am I? My parents divorced when I was 3, so as a kid I'd spend a few nights a week at my dad's house and a few nights at my mom's. Sometimes I'd wake up in the dark and not be sure which bedroom I was in. It always took me a second to remember where I was. This is a thought that crossed my delirious mind. Maybe I was back at home in California. Maybe I was at Faye's parents' house in Arvada. I sort of rolled out from under the arm and tried to figure out who the hell was lying in bed with me. I had been sleeping with the lights on for the past few nights, and I never in my right mind have turned them off after seeing that creature so close to me a few hours ago. The body in bed beside me felt familiar. Its warmth, texture. I was pretty sure it was Faye, but I still couldn't remember if she was really with me up here. And she spoke. She reached through the dark and touched my face and said, "What's wrong, Pop-Tart?" Yes, that's actually the nickname she gave me. Love me some s'mores Pop-Tarts. He's back in! He's back in! Oh my god, you know what? I gave this guy so much shit. S'mores Pop-Tarts are the best Pop-Tarts. Give me them freaking toasted. Give me them fresh out of the pack. Give me them frozen. I don't care. S'mores Pop-Tarts, I would eat those things every day. That was like the shit when I was a kid. That was like one of the treats my mom would get us. She'd get us like one box of like the 6-pack Pop-Tarts, or not, sorry, the 12-pack Pop-Tarts, and we'd have that over the course of the week, my brother, sister, and I, and my other brother as well when he moved in. So like, goddamn, s'mores Pop-Tarts are not only just delicious, have them if you hadn't, but also the nostalgia. I wasn't really afraid, just overwhelmed with confusion. I asked her where we were and why the lights were off. She just squeezed my shoulder and said, "Honey, we're in Pikes Peak. There's a storm. The power's out. He's done this before. What's wrong with you?" I got up out of bed, a feeling of dread falling over me, heavier and heavier. The more awake I became, as soon as the sheets were off of me, I felt a blistering cold, colder than has ever been in the cabin. The heat must have been off for hours. Only a bit of pale moonlight filtered in through the windows, and it was barely enough to outline the objects in the room. I stumbled around looking for the flashlight, totally unable to remember where it was, and said, "Why the fuck is it so cold? Did you screw with the heat?" Faye tried to get me to come back to bed. She told me it went off and came back on earlier and that it would probably be back on soon. Everything about her felt wrong, but her voice was perfectly clear. Her skin felt totally recognizable. I couldn't See, this is why we're finishing this as the last chapter. I'm getting mushmouth. Everything about her felt wrong, but her voice was perfectly clear. Her skin felt totally recognizable. I couldn't shake the strange feeling I had. I left the bedroom and walked out into the living room. It was even colder out there. I felt my way around with my hands and noticed a strong, icy draft coming from down the hall. It's a straight shot from the living room to the bathroom at the other end of the hall, and from where I stood, I could see the bathroom window. It was open. A big 2x2 foot gap leading out to the snow. I went to shout, "What the fuck did you?" But Faye stepped out of the bedroom and stood in the hallway between me and the bathroom. She said something like, "Felix, you aren't feeling well. Do you not remember what's going on? You're sick." I almost believed her, because I definitely felt dizzy and feverish, but it could also have been the mixture of disturbed confusion and freezing cold. The thought that this was not really Faye invaded my mind, and I immediately regretted not knowing where the gun was. The only words I could find were, "Who are you? Why are you here?" They just stood there in the darkness of the hallway. The only thing I could see was a little silver outline of her figure. Her face was entirely black. Even though her eyes were hidden, I could feel them burning into me, just as T-Ways had when I found the ring. It felt like we stood in the eye of a hurricane. Everything was totally calm. But I knew hell was about to break loose. There wasn't a single sound outside. No branches snapped, no snow crunched, no voices moaned. It was as if time had stopped completely. Faye didn't move. Even as she spoke, she held herself with the stillness of death. She said, "Felix." It wasn't to get my attention. It wasn't to convince me she was really my fiancé. It was a threat. She was reminding me that she knew my name. I still don't fully understand what the power is in names, but T-Way and Nathan believed it, and many Redditors warned me about it. When she said my name, I felt smaller than her, even though I stand almost a foot over her head. "Do you remember the 5? She asked. She still didn't move an inch. Not even her hair kicked up in the drafts that blew in from behind her. "I can't remember it. Not in this place." I didn't know how to respond to this. I didn't know what she was talking about. All I could say was, "Get out. You're not welcome here." Again, Faye didn't move, but she did clear her throat, and the sound she made was about 2 octaves deeper than the real Faye's voice. She inhaled sharply and said, "Tell me about the number 5. And that's when I knew. I remembered where I was, what day it was, and exactly what had happened up until this point. My visitor had finally come to call, and it no longer needed to be invited. I deeply regretted breaking that dream catcher. My hand instinctively slid over to my pocket. And to my relief, the little shape of Faye's engagement ring pushed back against my fingers. There was nothing else to do. I decided to throw down the gauntlet. I figured it was probably time to die anyway, so I might as well go out bravely. I just said, "I know who you are, and you'll never be Faye." She took a menacing step toward me. A gurgle seeped out of her throat. She inhaled again. "I want to know about the number 5. Tell me, Felix." I looked all around me, on the counters for a weapon, but found nothing. The knife block was on the other side of the short wall that divided the living room from the kitchen. There was only a roll of toilet paper towels within reach, but in retrospect, I was so amped with terror that I probably could have beaten her ass to death with it. I don't have a clue what that number means. In fact, about the number 5,000 people online don't either. Nobody knows. Only Faye knows. My visitor started shaking with rage. Her face was wreathed with impossible black. There was an endless abyss in it that stung my eyes. But then I realized something. This creature, whatever it is, has had access to Faye's mind for several hours each night, maybe for years, maybe even since she first visited the cabin when she was 5 years old. And in all that time, it still hadn't learned everything about her. It could never perfectly imitate her because she kept some things buried so deep in her subconsciousness that even this thing could not find them. Whatever the number 5 meant to Faye, that deep place is where she kept that secret. She didn't even go there in her dreams. That is so cool. Like, it doesn't have the power to possess her because it can't fully grasp her full mind. There's a part of it locked away, and it needs to get that part to fully replace her, but it can't. So it's going after him because it's hoping he knows the way to get her. The next part was all a blur. It said something like, "You are the one who speaks to her in her sleep." Oh, sorry, I said. The next part was all a blur. I said something like, "You're the one who speaks to her in her sleep." The visitor kind of nodded. I said, "You ask her things. She answers you. I hear everything she says." The visitor didn't react. Then I said, You've asked her this question, just like you're asking me now, and she always says, no, I can't tell you. My visitor took another step forward, dragging a hand along the wall, as Faye had done so many times in her sleepwalking fits. It raised up on the balls of its feet and twitched violently. It said to me, "I will make you tell me." It didn't try to mimic my fiance's voice anymore. It sucked in huge breaths, trying to control its rage. There's a certain feeling you get when you're about to die. When you're in danger and you might die, fear completely overwhelms your senses and compels you to flee, to fight, to save yourself somehow. But past that point, when you know you're gonna die, that fear becomes useless and just disappears. This has happened to me only once before, when I was sucked into a riptide at the beach during El Nino winter as a teenager. In that moment, I just wondered, will my body ever come back to shore? Will they ever know what happened to me? In this moment, my heart slowed down. I didn't feel cold anymore. I just stood there, ready to be mauled to death. I was satisfied in the knowledge that I had not given this creature what it wanted, and therefore blocked it from using that knowledge as a weapon against Faye. Whatever 5 meant, this thing needed it to take full possession of my fiancé. I wasn't going to let it happen. I laughed. I actually laughed. I said, "Well, you're shit out of luck, buddy, because I don't know what the hell it means. Maybe you can tell me when you figure it out." The imposter laughed right back, in my voice, a perfect mimicry. Then it said, "Well then, I don't need you anymore." And it lunged at me. I've dodged a rabid German shepherd like I was a ninja, but this thing was so fast and so strong, it knocked the wind clean out of me. I toppled backwards and crash-landed on my shoulders on the tiles near the front door. It unleashed a barrage of blows on my face and neck. It raked my sweatshirt with razor-like claws. I tried my best to defend myself, but it was so dark in the house. But it was so dark in the house, I couldn't see almost anything. I managed to flail my way free of his grasp for just a second. I pulled myself up to my feet by grabbing the counter, and in doing so, my hand brushed against the little bundle of sage I'd been burning. Oh, he's gonna smudge it. The imposter was on me like lightning, grabbing me by the back of the neck and pulling me with the strength of a 250-pound man. I very ingloriously whirled around and smashed the sage bundle into the creature's face, burnt end first, and wrapped my other arm around its head. Faye's familiar locks tangled in my fingers. I pulled his head forward and jammed the brittle sage into its eyes as hard as I could, screaming like a banshee. It shrieked and growled in some inhuman language and tried to push me away, but I held on as hard as I could and kept driving my fingers into its eyes, crushing the twigs in them. A memory of Nathan and T-Way's chant surfaced in my mind. I shouted the only part I could pronounce. Tineke Adan! Tineke Adan! Tineke Adan! Who knows if I'm even remotely close to the correct spelling? My hand slid over its face, and the mockery of Faye's appearance fell away. I couldn't see in the dark, but the face no longer resembled my fiancé's. The mouth was much too big for a human's, and the wet lips draped across the maw of 100 fangs. And that was it. The bastard had had enough. It screamed and growled and took off on all fours. Its limbs elongated as it moved farther from me. Its shape became recognizably inhuman even in the pale light. It barreled up the bathroom wall and out the window, and in moments, it was completely gone. I'm definitely not afraid to cry. I do it at funerals, at weddings, during the Hunchback of Notre Dame. But I'm a little embarrassed to admit how long and hard I cried after that creature left the cabin. I never felt so utterly, miserably alone in my entire life. I only stopped when the power came back on, probably 20 minutes later. Rose embarrassed about a 20-minute cry? I do a 20-minute cry in my sleep. I do 20-minute cry as exercise for my real cry. What a loser. Oh. The heater kicked on instantly, and I ran over to shut and lock the bathroom window. You didn't shut it yet, you fuck! The satellite phone was gone. The gun was gone. Probably outside in the snow, or up a tree, or down in the hole. I peeked out the kitchen window and saw something lying on the porch right near the front door. When I cracked the door open for just a second, I saw it was T-Way's dream catcher. It had been destroyed and placed in front of the cabin, mocking me, or reminding me that I was unprotected. I checked the timer on the little battery clock in the kitchen, and it read 12:15 a.m. I was going to have to spend another night in this god-forsaken cabin, but I vowed to myself that at daybreak, no matter the conditions, I would take Greg's truck and get down the mountain or die trying. I didn't care if I slid off a cliff face. I'd never watch the sun go down in Colorado ever again. For a while, I actually considered living right there, in the middle of the night. Many Redditors have reprimanded me for not doing this before, but I assure you, even in this situation, driving in the dark on that icy little road next to a 400-foot cliff is a complete nope situation. But the mountain had other plans for me. At one point, I risked sneaking outside to determine how deep the truck was buried. Idiot. But as I approached, I saw that the snow had been dug out around the two front tires, and they'd been slashed to ribbons. All I could do was let out a grim laugh and trudge back inside. At least it was warm there now. At around 1 a.m., the voices started up. They arose from far off in the woods, several of them at once, groaning and screaming dark elegies into the night. It was all the same evil gibberish I'd heard 1,000 times before, but they slowly made their way into the open field and eventually to just outside the cabin. I lit the remaining pieces of sage and did once over on all the windows that weren't barricaded with furniture. I also donned the medicine pouch and amulet that T-Way and Nathan had given me, hoping they'd be similarly effective in protecting me. Then, I remembered T-Way's useless dream catcher and imagined my crumpled corpse lying in the snow beside it. Outside the front door, I distinctly heard my own voice calling, "Faye, it's me! Felix, let me in! Let me in!" And from near the bathroom window, my voice said again, "Hey, sweetie, I miss you so much." I repeated a few other things I've said on the phone in conversations with her, and even a few things I said to her while she was sleepwalking back in our home in California. Hello?
Got told to go home.
Dude, I'm reading a spooky story. You scared the shit out of me. Bro, you didn't call home. My wife just walked up the stairs unannounced. My dog didn't even notice she came home. Usually she's the first alert system. The first alert system. You scared the shit out of me. Hi. I'm finishing this part and then getting off because my throat hurts and it's been 3 hours and 40 minutes.
There.
It's part 10. Look at that cute cat. She's beautiful. You need anything before I get back to streaming, dear? Or are you good? Love you. Yeah. Mwah. Let's see. Where was I? There were footsteps on the roof. 2, maybe 3 pairs of little feet stomping all over the ceiling. Voices of crying children paired with them. I stood there in the kitchen, clutching a knife in the herbs, waiting for the end. The voices circled the cabin as though a handful of deranged lunatics were slowly marching around the perimeter, singing songs of hell as they went. They begged for help, they laughed maniacally, they whispered and screamed and talked entirely to themselves, all at once. Their dim shadows passed the window's curtain over and over. I heard glass breaking in the bedroom, and then in the bathroom. The stomping on the roof grew louder, and the voice at the front door grew more urgent. Someone began knocking on the door, and the others tapped on the living room windows. They all started screaming, "Faye! Faye, let us in! Felix, are you there?" And then, as if heaven sent, a blinding white light illuminated the entire cabin from outside. All of the window curtains at the front of the house lit up, and the sound of motors drowned out the hellish cries. Someone had driven up to the cabin. I heard the doors opening and men calling out, coherently. The footsteps on the roof thundered overhead to the back of the cabin, and the screams of children drifted off into the woods out back, echoing as they withdrew. The ranger bashed on the front door, calling out my full name, instructing me to come outside. I looked out the window and saw 5 men, some in uniforms, and the ranger. It was a humongous off-road snowplow, 2 snowmobiles, and a big truck. They come to save my life. When I went outside, I just walked up and hugged the ranger. I didn't even grab my winter jacket. He informed me that they were getting everyone off the mountain because of a problem with the power grid. He said he'd fear I'd freeze to death. The ride down the mountain would have been the happiest ride of my life, except for the view. We snaked across slippery white roads, and even with the truck's high beams on, I could see the brightest stars I've ever witnessed. But beneath them, dangling in the trees, were dozens and dozens of human bodies. They swung by rope from their feet or their necks. Some of them were flayed or missing parts. The ranger did not appear to notice, and I kept my mouth shut. As they passed overhead on our downward crawl, I could almost make out their frozen faces, lifeless for years, maybe decades. Their black blood stained the trunks of the trees. I'm not sure if these were spirits T-Way talked about, or I had simply been experiencing temporary insanity. I'm not sure I'll ever know who they were, but I'm guessing that if the Rangers showed up any later, I would have become one of them. I'll never forget the haunting image of passing underneath them. We arrived at the ranger station and remained there overnight. I slept on a cot in a room of about 15 people, all locals from different places on the mountain. I asked the ranger if he'd heard from T-Way or Nathan, but he said he had not. The next morning, one of his men drove me straight to Denver International Airport, and I boarded a plane without any luggage whatsoever. It didn't matter. I had the ring in my pocket, and I'll never need another jacket again, as long as I live. I finally got home. They let me have it. She kept kissing me and yelling at me. I understood. She was angry that I'd spent so much time trying to take control of the situation, treating her like a child and disregarding her feelings in my crusade to rescue her. She was upset that I consigned her to the care of my best friends without asking, but seemed to appreciate their help. Richard and Jason were very happy to leave my house and never look Faye in the eye again, although they did have some good news for me. Faye had not sleepwalked or sleep-talked or done anything out of the ordinary in over 24 hours. This corresponds almost exactly with when I retrieved the ring from the Dreamcatcher. After an hour or so of reprimanding me for being a thick-headed idiot, they forgave me. We laid in bed together and talked about everything. I apologized to her for the way I had treated her and put the ring on her finger. She looked relieved to have it back on. I swore I'd never screw up like that again. We both slept a full night. No strange night terrors or bad dreams or sleep disturbances of any kind. In the morning, yesterday morning, we had Faye's favorite, waffles. I had waffles for dinner last night. We did a breakfast for dinner. I made Belgian waffles, and then I fried up some onions and some butter, and then I fried up some turkey sausage, and finished it off by wilting some spinach in the pan with it. And yeah, that was dinner. It was really good. About 11 a.m., I received a call. To my great relief, it was Nathan. I immediately pressed him for information about T-Way and what exactly had happened after they left the cabin that day. He ignored my questions and said, very ominously, "Please let me speak to the one who followed you home." I said something like, "What?" To which he replied, "The one that calls itself Faye." Oh, she was replaced! I called it! She skinwalked! My fiancé and I had been sitting on the couch watching the most recent Game of Thrones. I just sort of handed the phone to her and said, "It's for you." She put it to her ear and said, "Hello?" And then listening for about a minute. I could hear Nathan speaking, but I could not make out what he was saying. Suddenly, a volcano of black puke exploded from Faye's mouth. It absolutely covered the couch and carpet and sent me nearly jumping out of my skin in the process. Faye doubled over onto the floor like a rag doll, coughing and sputtering. I fell to my knees beside her, panicking, asking if she was all right. I picked up the phone and screamed at Nathan, demanding to know what he had said to her. "Please, Felix, please listen," and then proceeded to recite some sort of chant or incantation. A wave of syrupy vomit rushed up my throat and out of my mouth. As with Faye, it was oily black. I'm actually an emetophobe? Oh, like fear of vomiting. I'm actually an emetophobe, so vomiting sends me into a state of near catatonia. But Faye had made a quick recovery and was right there to nurse me back to my senses. Nathan spoke to me a bit more and explained what he'd done. I'll get to that in a bit. So, whatever was possessing them was expelled? Okay. So it's more of a possession than a skinwalk at this point? I guess I'm a little confused. I guess it's not fully skinwalker then. Ray and I spent the rest of the day feeling queasy and eventually went to urgent care across the road to get checked out. They gave us blood tests and checked our vitals and sent us home, telling us that we'd suffered minor food poisoning. But I know deep down it wasn't the damn waffles. Thankfully, for the past few hours, we've been feeling much better. I mentioned a while back that T-Way and Nathan had a disagreement over who the real Fae was, and whether it was even possible for a duplicate of my fiancé to exist. When they hiked back down the mountain from the cabin a few days ago, they had to go up into the forest to avoid the snow collapses all over the road. Out there in the woods, they heard the crying of a woman and followed it to an abandoned mine. Both of them knew that it was very likely a trick, but T-Way said that it was their duty to explore the possibility that Faye was alive somewhere in the mountain. The blizzard came on earlier than expected. They stood at the mouth of the mine, listening to the begging of a young woman somewhere off in the dark, but concluded that the voice was too unusual to be a human's. T-Way and Nathan decided to bless the entrance of the mine, which could ward off its dark inhabitants, but their chanting enraged whatever lived in it. It came out of the tunnels and snatched T-Way. He screamed all the way down into the dark, and Nathan could not follow. He ran away, terrified we got lost in the blizzard. He wandered for an hour, fearing death, and eventually came upon a skinned body swinging from a low tree branch. It was so fresh, the blood... Oh, God, it was T-Way skinned. It was so fresh, the blood hadn't yet fully frozen. Nathan knew it was from his father's corpse. Eventually, he found his way back home. He said his father's voice guided him out of the squall. Nathan explained to me that the imposter's goal of taking over someone's mind was different from his penchant for killing people. These creatures hunt and kill at random, salvaging the human parts they need to walk the earth as mortals for a short time. But their real pleasure derives from conquering a person from within. Faye was one of the unlucky few that were chosen in this way, and the imposter's fixation on her had lasted for decades. After long enough, their continued presence in the body and mind of the victim leaves a stain on the soul. This corruption necessitates a purge, hence the barf party we held in the living room, whose stains, by the way, have thus failed to vanish. Nathan invited me to the funeral ceremony for T-Way. I sadly declined, as I'm already on the verge of losing my job and flat broke from this experience, but I promised I'd honor his memory in my own way. I can't go back to that place. Fortunately, Nathan was more than understanding, and promised we'd meet again soon. I'm still thinking about all this. I do not yet have all the answers. I do not have all the pieces to the puzzle. If you're looking for all the answers, you're going to have to help me find them. But I think I have part of this figured out. The imposter gave Faye's ring back to me. They wanted me to destroy the Dreamcatcher. The ring was an object of great sentimental value, both to Faye and to our relationship. The creature used it to invade Faye's mind and control her thoughts. Its goal was to convince her that it was me, so that she would welcome it into our home late at night. Home, Nathan said, symbolically represents the body, so the ring represents our union. To be welcomed into the home is to be granted access to Faye. But because the imposter could never learn everything it needed from Faye to mimic me, it gave up on the project and instead came after me. It returned the ring to me, thus giving up its power over Faye, but I broke the Dreamcatcher to retrieve it. As it turns out, that creepy, mysterious Dreamcatcher was, in fact, protecting the cabin and everyone inside it, which is why the imposter needed to be invited in. When I broke it, the creature could have easily come in and killed me, but it needed information from me before it did. It needed to know one of Faye's darkest secrets to rule her. I'm not sure I'll ever unravel the mystery of the number 5, but I do know one thing. Not knowing what it means actually saved Faye's life. I'm not sure I ever want to know. As for Faye, she's back to normal and in perfect health. She sleeps soundly and only mumbles a bit, which is pretty normal for her. Her sixth sense of humor has returned as well. Last night, as we went to sleep, she turned out the lights and said, Thank you for trying so hard. Then she leaned over and licked my face. Well, Faye's a skinwalker. Remember, it was the Faye. It was Faye when she was sleeping, when she was being possessed. She licked him on the face, just like that. She's gone. That's not Faye. Edit. I'm overwhelmed by the kindness and reception of the No Sleep community. Yep. Okay, sweet. Okay, that is the first half of Stolen Tongues, aka Ever Since the Cabin Experience, my fiance. Oh no, sorry, that's not the full thing. AKA my romantic cabin getaway with my fiance isn't going exactly as planned. I hope you all enjoyed stream today. I really did. Let me put on some not spooky music before we go. I all I gotta say is thank you for being here. It's really nice that I went from streaming normally to being a, VTuber, and so many people not only stayed, but like new people are coming in and people are supporting me. It's just so nice. It's so nice to have everyone be so supportive. I will be returning to read the rest of this, The Mystery Unravels, parts 11 through 16, next Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Additionally, I will be live on Wednesday for some random game. We'll be playing one of two things. We'll either be playing How Many Dudes or Agree. So if you're interested in either of those and want to watch me, I'll be live on Wednesday, 11 a.m. Eastern. See you all there. I love you. Goodbye. 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 I'm making myself big. Goodbye. Mwah. Mwah. Bleh.